Good morning, one and all. We'll be starting session in a couple of minutes. Good morning, one and all. Good morning, one and all. We welcome you to the international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development. As part of this, we are organizing various webinars and conferences as part of this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we welcome you all. Today, we are commemorating few international days, and in that context we are organizing international conference on nuclear test, wars, violence, victims, terrorism, health, Telugu language and literature, education, environment, and sustainable development 2022, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals SDGs 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development 2022, and also commemorating Telugu Language Day. Apart from that, we are also commemorating International Day Against Nuclear Test, International Day of the Victims of Enforced Disappearances, and International Day for People of African Descent. So we will look at various aspects on these topics and themes in the coming presentation. So before we commence our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty. And the registration link for the conference has been shared in the chat box. So if you can use it for registration, it is mandatory for receiving certificate. Thank you.
धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's proceedings. So we once again welcome you to the International Conference on Nuclear Tests, War, Violence, Victims, Terrorism, Health, Telugu Language and Literature, Education, Environment and Sustainable Development 2022. Today, we are commemorating International Day Against Nuclear Tests. Since nuclear weapon testing has begun on 16th July 1945, over 2000 have taken place. In the early days of nuclear testing, little consideration was given to its devastating effects on human life, let alone the dangers of nuclear fallout from atmospheric test. Insight and history have shown us the terrifying and tragic events of nuclear weapons testing, especially when controlled conditions go awry and in the light of far more powerful and destructive nuclear weapons that exist today. As quoted by Antonio Guterres, the nuclear menace is once again on the rise. A complete ban on nuclear testing is an essential step in preventing the qualitative and quantitative improvement of nuclear weapons and in achieving nuclear disarmament. So on December 2009, the 64th session of United Nations General Assembly declared 29th August the International Day Against Nuclear Tests by unanimous adoption, Resolution 64/35. The resolution calls for increasing awareness and education about the effects of nuclear weapon test explosions or any other nuclear explosions and need for their cessation as one of the means of achieving the goal of a nuclear weapon-free world. The resolution was initiated by the Republic of Kazakhstan together with a large number of sponsors and co-sponsors with a view to commemorating the closure of Semipalatinsk nuclear test site on 29th August 1991. So 2010 marked the inaugural commemoration of the International Day Against Nuclear Tests. In each subsequent year, the day has been observed by coordinating various activities throughout the world, such as symposia, conferences, exhibits, competitions, publications, lectures, media broadcasts, and other various initiatives. Since its establishment, many bilateral and multilateral governments led developments as well as broad movements in the civil society have helped to advance the cause of banning nuclear tests. Since and moreover, convinced that nuclear disarmament and the total elimination of nuclear weapons are the only absolute guarantee against the use of threat of nuclear weapons, the General Assembly designated 26 September as the International Day for the total elimination of the nuclear weapons. This is devoted furthering to the objective of the total elimination of nuclear weapons through the mobilization of international efforts. The International Day for the total elimination of nuclear weapons was observed for the first time in September 2014. The International Day Against Nuclear Tests, together with other events and actions, have fostered a global environment that strongly advocates for a world free of nuclear weapons. The international instrument to put an end to all forms of nuclear testing is the 1996 Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, in short known as CTBT. Unfortunately, this has yet to enter into force. As the Secretary General recognized in his disarmament agenda, Securing Our Common Future, launched on 24th May 2018, the norm against testing is an example of a measure that serves both disarmament and non-proliferation objectives. By constraining the development of advanced new types of nuclear weapons, the CTBT puts a brake on the arms race. It also serves as a powerful normative barrier against potential states that might seek to develop, manufacture, and subsequently acquire nuclear weapons in violation of their non-proliferation commitments. Every effort needs to be made to ensure that the entry into force of the CTBT and to preserve its place international architecture. In this regard, the Secretary General appeals to the remaining states whose ratifications are required for the CTBT to enter into force to commit and sign the treaty at an early date if they have not already done so, and to accelerate the completion of their ratification process. In this, if it is the hope of the United Nations that one day all nuclear weapons will be eliminated. Until then, there is no need to observe, sorry, until then, there is a need to observe International Day Against Nuclear Test as the world works towards promoting peace and security. So on 2nd December 2009, the 64th session of the United Nations Assembly declared 29th August the International Day Against Nuclear Test through the unanimous adoption of its resolution 64/35. The preamble of the resolution emphasizes that every effort should be made to end a nuclear test in order to avert devastating and harmful effects on the lives and health of the people. And the end of nuclear test is one of the key means of achieving the goal of nuclear weapon-free world. The main mechanism for eradicating nuclear weapons testing is the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. It was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 10th September 1996. To date, 185 countries have signed the treaty and 170 have ratified. For the treaty to enter into force, it must be ratified by those states with significant nuclear capabilities. While the general consensus with the international community is that nuclear weapon tests pose life-threatening risks, there still exists to some degree of lingering suspicion of the possibility of clandestine nuclear weapon testing. There is also a concern if nuclear weapons cannot be tested, their reliability may be in jeopardy. However, over the years, advances in science and technology have exponentially boosted the capacity to monitor and verify compliance mechanisms and nuclear weapons proliferation detection. These activities and tracking tools have been initiated and developed by the Provisional Technical Secretariat of the CTBT organization, in short known as CTBTO, Preparatory Commission. In spite or despite the stalled entry into force and increasingly robust public advocacy, including activities and events undertaken on the International Day Against Nuclear Test, is exerting pressure on the powers that to be moved on the ratification of the treaty with a view towards the ultimate eradication of nuclear weapons testing. The Preparatory Commission of the CTBTO and its 170 ratifying states vigorously continue to push for the treaty's entry into force. The CTBTO's international monitoring system, already encompassing nearly 90% of the states, provide confidence that no nuclear explosion will escape detection. However, nothing can play as crucial as a role in avoiding a nuclear war or nuclear terrorist threat as the total elimination of nuclear weapons. Bringing an irreversible end to a nuclear explosions will prevent in further development of nuclear weapons. Since the International Day Against Nuclear Tests was first declared, there have been a number of significant developments, discussions, and initiatives relevant to its goals and objectives, as well as conferences convened to elaborate and advance these developments. In 2022, On 9th June, the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy, IAEA, adopted a resolution by the vote of 30 in favor of 2 against the 3 abstentions, which called upon Iran to clarify and resolve outstanding safeguard issues. So on 21st to 23rd July, the first meeting of states parties of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was held in Vienna. On 1st to 26th August, 10th review of conference of the parties to the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons was held in the United States at the headquarters in New York. Similarly, there were many initiatives that were taken up by the treaty. The role of civil society has been very significant in advocacy and bringing out a nuclear weapon-free world. From the beginning of the nuclear age, civil society has played a prominent role to permanently halt testing of nuclear weapons. Physicists, seismologists, and other scientists, physicians and lawyers, women organizations, research institutes and disarmament NGOs, mayors and parliamentarians, downwinders exposed to radioactive contaminants resulting from atmospheric testing, and the Hibakusha and the survivors of atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the wider public all have been involved. Some highlights from the decades of activities. In the 1950s, physicians and women groups raised awareness on the health effects of atmospheric testing, including the presence of radioisotopes in children's teeth. This campaign led to the partial ban treaty, which prohibits testing underwater in the atmosphere and the outer space, but not underground. In the 1980s, US and Russian scientists conducted joint experiments to demonstrate the feasibility of verifying a ban on underground testing. Also, in 1980s, US groups conducted mass protests at the Nevada test site in the United States, and a powerful anti-testing campaign known as Nevada Semi-Palestinian Movement emerged in Kazakhstan, home to principal Soviet test site at Semi-Palestinian. Well-publicized actions and campaigns were also directed at the French test site at Mururoa in the Pacific in the 1980s and again in 1990s. Beginning in 1985, NGOs lobbied in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) review process for the commitment to achieve a comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty (CTBT). It was first adopted in connection with the 1995 decision to extend the treaty and reaffirmed at the 2000 and 2010 review conferences. Especially since the end of Cold War, civil society has vigorously advocated in growing numbers for the NPT review conferences to commit to steps leading to the elimination of nuclear weapons, including the CTBT, and the 2000 and 2010 conferences, in fact, have done so. In 1990s, NGOs and parliamentarians sparked the convening of a 1991 conference on amending the partial test ban treaty to make it more comprehensive, a process which helped to lay the groundwork for CTBT negotiations. Non-government researchers developing understanding of verification techniques, and non-governmental research and advocacy groups monitored the negotiations that led to the 1996 adoption of the CTBT. NGOs campaigned to persuade their governments to negotiate, then ratify the CTBT. Some also critiqued the experimental and supercomputing facilities intended to replace nuclear explosive testing. Over the decades, and especially in the recent years, civil society efforts in the support of a comprehensive ban on nuclear testing, for the most part, have been connected to the large enterprises of achieving the total elimination of nuclear weapons. To help this, and to help bring the CTBT into force, NGOs, civil society, and members of the public, especially in those countries that might ratify the treaty for its to enter the force, can urge and their and the other governments and parliamenters to sign and ratify the treaty. They can also urge their governments to endorse the Secretary General's 5-point proposal for the nuclear disarmament. Many entities such as research institutions, academic institutions, and NGOs are engaged in disarmament related work, including in relation to CTBT. Atomic energy or nuclear energy is a global issue. The UN and the nuclear age were born almost simultaneously. The horror of the Second World War culminating in the nuclear blast at Hiroshima and Nagasaki brought home the need to address nuclear issue. So by its first resolution, the General Assembly established the UN Atomic Energy Commission to deal with the problems raised by the discovery of atomic energy. And a landmark address by United States President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1953, Atoms for Peace, led to the establishment in 1957 of the International Energy Agency, IAEA in short. So with this, we shall conclude the commemoration of this and brief intro about is International Day Against Nuclear Tests. And when we see the kind of impact since 1945, more than 2,000 nuclear test explosions have been conducted by at least 8 nations, which are not ratifying also the CTBT. Because of that, the CTBT has not come into force. And we can see on July 16th, 1945, during the World War II, the United States detonated the world's first nuclear weapon, codenamed Trinity, over the New Mexico desert. And less than a month later, the US dropped 2 atomic bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing more than 1 lakh people instantly. And thousands more died from their injuries, radiation, sickness, cancers in the years that followed, bringing to closer to 2 lakh people, according to the US Department of Energy history of the Manhattan Project. When we look at the statistics, nuclear warheads per country, 9 countries possess roughly 12,700 warheads as of early 2022. According to the Federation of American Scientists, approximately 90 Approximately 90% are owned by Russia, leading at 5,977 warheads, and followed by the US, 5,428 warheads. These are nuclear weapons. At its peak in 1986, these two rivals had nearly 65,000 nuclear warheads between them, making the nuclear arms race one of the most threatening events of the Cold War. You know, if all these nuclear warheads are, blasted one time, the Earth will shatter into dust particle. You know, the Earth as a planet will be lost forever in the solar system. And at its peak in 1986, the two rivals had nearly 65,000 nuclear warheads between them, making the nuclear arms race one of the most threatening events of the Cold War. While Russia and the US have dismantled thousands of warheads, several countries are thought to be increasing their stockpiles, notably China. And China also joined the race. The only country to voluntarily relinquish nuclear weapons is South Africa. In 1989, the government halted its nuclear weapons program, and in 1990 began dismantling its 6 nuclear weapons. In 1991, South Africa joined the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, as a non-nuclear country. So when we see which countries have nuclear weapons, when we look at the statistics, 9 countries held roughly 12,700 warheads as of early 2022, as already mentioned. And the US and Russia have diminished thousands of retired warheads, but several countries are thought to be increasing their stockpiles, according to the Federation of American Scientists. When we see of the total 70,000 officially reported warheads across the nations, you know, the combined global stockpile is more than 70,000 warheads, and among them, there is an increasing warhead stockpiles in US, Russia, and also in other countries. When we look at the individual national statistics, Russia has 5,977 officially reported, warheads, and the US has 5,428 nuclear warheads, and China has 350 warheads, nuclear warheads, and France has 290 nuclear warheads, and UK has 225 nuclear warheads, and Pakistan has 165 nuclear warheads, and India is having 160 nuclear warheads, and Israel has 90 nuclear warheads, and North Korea has 20 nuclear warheads. And especially when we see the Russia, China, US, UK, Pakistan, and North Korea are increasing warhead stockpiles. You know, among these, the most famous, terrorist country, or which promotes terrorism, and they are in race of stockpiling. And what can, we can expect from such a country where, what it can do with nuclear warheads when we are talking about terrorist nuclear attacks. According to the Arms Control Association, at least 8 countries carried out a total of 2,056 nuclear tests since 1945. The US has conducted half of all the nuclear tests with 1,030 tests between 1945 and 1992. In 1954, the US exploded its largest nuclear weapon, a 15 megaton bomb, on the surface of Bikini Atoll in Marshall Islands. The test was codenamed Castle Bravo. The power of the nuclear test was miscalculated by the scientists, and it resulted in radiation contamination that impacted inhabitants of the atolls. The nuclear fallout of the explosion is said to have spread over 18,130 square kilometers, that is 7,000 square miles. And the Soviet Union carried out the second highest number of nuclear tests at 715 tests between 1949 and 1990. The USSR first nuclear test was on August 29, 1949. The test codenamed RDS-1 was conducted at the semi-Palestinian test site in Kazakhstan. According to CTBTO, the Soviet Union conducted 456 tests at the semi-Palestinian test site with the devastating consequences for the local population, such as genetic defects and high cancer rates. Kazakhstan closed the semi-Palestinian test site on August 29, 1991. Following this move, the UN established 29th as the International Day Against Nuclear Tests in 2009. France has carried out 210 nuclear tests, while the United Kingdom and China have carried out 45 tests each. India has carried out 3 nuclear tests, while Pakistan has carried out 2. North Korea is the most recent nation to carry out nuclear tests. In 2017, its sixth and most powerful bomb was detonated at the Punggye-ri nuclear test site. The underground explosion created a magnitude of 6.3 tremor, that is an equivalent to 6.3 on the Richter scale of earthquake. So when we see, according to each country, US, year-wise, if you see, US has in total conducted 1,030 tests and when we look at the year-wise, in between 1945 to 49, 6 tests were conducted. In 1950 to 50, 188 tests were conducted. In 1960 to 69, 428 tests. 1970 to 79, 232 tests. 1980 to 89, 155 tests. In between 1990 and 1999, 21 tests were conducted by the United States of America. When we look at the USSR, that is Russia, conducted overall of 715 tests. When we look at yearly statistics, in between 1945 to 49, 1 test was conducted. In between 1950 to 50, 82 tests were conducted. And between 1960 to 69, 232 tests were conducted. In 1970 to 79, 227 tests were conducted. In between 1980 and 89, 172 tests were conducted. And in between 1990 to 1999, 1 test was conducted. After that, there was no tests conducted, reported. And in France, total 2,210 tests were conducted. In between 1960 to 69, 31 tests were conducted. In between 1970 to 79, 69 tests were conducted. In between 1980 to 89, 92 tests were conducted. In between 90 and 99, 18 tests were conducted. When we look at the UK statistics, 45 tests were conducted. In between 1950 to 60, 21 tests were conducted. In between 1960 to 69, 5 tests were conducted. And in between 1970 to 79, 5 tests were conducted. In between 1980 to 89, 12 tests were conducted. And in between 1990 and 99, 2 tests were conducted. When looking at the China has conducted 45 tests. Among them are in between 1960 to 69, 10 tests were conducted. And in between 1970 to 79, 16 tests were conducted. In between 1980 to 89, 8 tests were conducted. In between 1990 to 99, 11 nuclear tests were conducted by the China. When we look at the North Korea, overall 6 tests were conducted. in 2000, in between 2000 and 2010, two tests were conducted, and after 2010 till now, reported four tests were reported by the North Korea. In India, we have conducted three nuclear tests in 1970 to 79. One test was conducted in between 1990 to 99. Two nuclear tests were conducted, and Pakistan overall two tests were conducted in between 1990 and 1999. So let's look at the largest nuclear detonations till now. The largest nuclear explosion occurred in 1961 when the Soviet Union exploded the Tsar Bomba on Novaya Zemlya, north of Arctic Circle. The explosion yield was 50 megatons, 3,300 times more powerful than the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Other major nuclear explosions by different nations, including China's largest detonation in the Lopnur in 1976, the test has yield of 4 megatons. The UK conducted a series of nuclear tests in the South Pacific Ocean between November 1957 and September 1958 as part of Operation Grapple. Grapple Y was the largest of the operation's nuclear tests with a yield of 3 megatons. A survey conducted in 1999 by the British Nuclear Veterans Association found that the impact of the tests of the 2,500 veterans who had been present showed that more than 200 had skeletal abnormalities and 30% of the men had died, mostly in their 50s. In 1968, France conducted a series of nuclear tests codenamed Canopus at Fangtafua atoll in South Pacific Ocean. The test had a yield of 2.6 megatons and was 200 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. If we look at the major nuclear detonations by nations, the largest explosion, as already discussed in 1961, the USSR Tsar Bomba, it was yield 50 megatons and 3,300 times stronger than the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima. You can see, what kind of magnitude these bombs can create, the impact on the environment, on life, and also on the nature. And it is the largest, nuclear detonation ever in the history. And if we look at the various nuclear sites, nuclear weapons have been tested all around the world. On February 13th, 1960, France carried out its first nuclear test, codenamed Gerboise Blue, over the Sahara Desert in Algeria, which it was occupying at that time. So other nuclear test sites include a number of test sites in the United States, in the states of Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, and Mississippi. Tests have been carried out in Australia, China, India, Kazakhstan, North Korea, Russia, and Pakistan as well. On the French Polynesia, Critimati, the Marshall Islands, Prince Edward Island in the Indian Ocean, and in the open sea in the Eastern Pacific and South Atlantic Ocean. In 1979, a US Vela satellite detected an atmospheric nuclear explosion over the Prince Edward Island in the Indian Ocean. Many believe this was an undeclared joint nuclear test carried out by South Africa and Israel. At least 8 nations have conducted nuclear test explosions at multiple sites, including Algeria, where France conducted its first nuclear site. So why these nuclear tests are involved, and what it has to do, and what does it involve? Nuclear explosions are either detonated in the atmosphere or underground. About a quarter of all nuclear tests were detonated in the atmosphere, which spread radioactive materials throughout the air. To minimize the release of radioactive material, most nuclear tests are underground. And before a nuclear test is conducted, a suitable test site must be located and prepared. A hole is digged into the ground in which the nuclear device is placed, and the hole is stemmed with a gravel, sand, and other materials to prevent radioactive material from escaping. The radiation monitors are activated, and the aircraft circle the test site to track the capabilities of the device, with weather and fallout patterns being reviewed. When the device is detonated, energy is released almost instantaneously, producing high temperatures and pressure, which vaporize the nuclear device and surrounding subterranean rock area. A cavity forms where the detonation happened, and as hot gases cool, molten rock puddles at the bottom of the cavity. After a while, the weight of the overburden causes the cavity roof to collapse, and a rubble chimney extends to the surface, forming a subsidence crater, a bowl-shaped depression of a diameter of up to 600 meters, that is 1969 feet, and a depth of 60 meters, that is 179 feet. After the test is conducted, the site remains guarded. Samples and data are retrieved later. And what is the impact? What kind of impact it creates with the different levels of radiation? Nuclear testing has immediate and long-term effects caused by radiation and radioactive fallout. Increased rates of cancer have been associated with nuclear testing, with studies showing that thyroid cancer is linked to radionuclides. After a nuclear test, large areas of land remain radioactive for decades of the test. The health impact of different levels of radiation varies from nausea and vomiting to death within the days. Radio exposure is measured in Renton equivalent man, in short REM, a unit of radiation measurement applied to humans resulting from exposure or to one or many types of ionizing radiation. If we look at the REM levels, the highest level in between 1000 to 5000, nerve cells and small blood vessels are destroyed. Death can occur in days. When the REM levels are between 400 to 1000, possible heart failure, bone marrow almost completely destroyed, permanent female sterility is likely to occur. And if the REM levels are between 300 to 400, serious radiation sickness, serious damage to the bone marrow and intestines, hemorrhaging of the mouth. And in between 200 to 300 REM levels, serious radiation sickness, rapidly dividing body cells like blood, reproduce, and hair cells can be destroyed. In between REM cells, 100 to 200, mild radiation sickness with hours, vomiting, diarrhea, fatigue, hair loss, thyroid abnormalities, or cancer, temporarily male sterility can occur. In between 20 and 100 REM levels, mild nausea and vomiting, loss of appetite, fatigue, greater long-term risk of leukemia and lymphoma is possible. In between 5 to 20 REM levels, possible chromosomal damage. See, the extent of REM levels is very huge and devastating. And when you look at the statistics provided by Arms Control Association, nuclear tests performed in atmosphere and underground, total of in between 1945 to 2017, total atmospheric tests conducted were 528 and total underground tests were conducted were 1,528. When we see the number of atmospheric and underground tests conducted by state wise, by the country wise, we can see United States has conducted 215 atmospheric tests and 815 underground tests, nuclear tests. When coming to Russia, Russia has conducted 219 atmospheric nuclear tests and 496 underground nuclear tests. Coming to United Kingdom, 21 atmospheric tests were conducted and 24 underground tests were conducted. And when coming to France, 50 tests were conducted in atmosphere and 160 tests were conducted in underground. Coming to China, 23 tests were conducted in atmosphere and 22 tests were conducted in underground. Coming to India, 3 tests were conducted. We had only 3 tests and all the 3 tests were conducted underground. And Pakistan has conducted all the tests, that is total 2 tests in the underground. And even North Korea has conducted 6 underground tests. Because there was a ban on atmospheric or on the sea, below the sea. So the only ban, the only option available for radio testing is underground. So since then, all the tests are being conducted in the underground. And most of the test sites are lands of indigenous peoples and far from capitals of the testing governments. A large number of early tests, 528, were detonated in the atmosphere, which spread radioactive materials throughout the atmosphere. In 1963, limited test ban treaty brought at the end of most, but not all nuclear test explosions in the atmosphere. However, many underground nuclear blasts have also vented out radioactive material into the atmosphere and left radioactive contamination in the soil. And through nuclear explosions, the nuclear testing nations have been able to proof test the new warhead designs and create increasingly sophisticated nuclear weapons. The overwhelming majority of these nuclear test weapon test detonations were for weapons development and weapons effect purposes. Following Russian and US nuclear test moratoria, multilateral negotiations on the Global Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty began in 1994 and were concluded in 1996. The treaty was opened for a signature on September 29, 1996. The CTBT, which prohibits any nuclear weapon test explosion or any other nuclear explosion, and established that An international test monitoring and verification system has not yet entered into the force. So even we can see various tests when we have all the details of when the first test was conducted and when the last test was also conducted before ratifying or after ratifying CTBT. And some nations, we have some of them are listed, those who are nuclear power uh, leaders who are conducting huge number of sites have not yet ratified them, not yet signed them, and not yet ratified them. So among and these statistics are based on the United States nuclear test fact sheet, and also the Department of Energy has published two revisions of the publication that slightly revise these numbers and reassign the purpose originally described for certain nuclear test explosions. And in accordance to the definitions of nuclear test contained in the 1974 Threshold Test Ban Treaty, and to allow accurate comparison with other countries, India's three simultaneous nuclear explosions on May 11th are counted as only one nuclear test, as the two explosions on May 19th, likewise, Pakistan's live simultaneous explosions on May 28th are counted as a single test. And so with this, the kind of magnitude, the arms race or nuclear race is, leading towards. So let's all embrace a world free of nuclear weapons, and let's all put pressure on the, nations which are not yet signed and ratified the CTBT yet. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration and this topic here, and we will move on to International Day of the Victims of Enforced Disappearances. Yeah, today, this week, we have themes set based on the international commemorations. International Day of the Victims of Enforced Disappearance. More than a human right violation against an individual, enforced disappearances have frequently been used as a strategy to spread terror within the society. The feeling of insecurity generated by this practice is not limited to close relatives of the disappeared, but also affects their communities and societies as a whole. Enforced disappearances have become a global problem and is not restricted to a specific region of the world. Once largely the product of military dictatorships, enforced disappearances can nowadays be penetrated into complex situations of internal conflict, especially uh, especially as a means of political repression or opponents of particular concern. The ongoing harassment of human rights defenders, relatives of right victims, witness and legal counsel dealing with the cases of enforcement disappearance, the use of states of counter-terrorist activities as an excuse for breaching their obligations, and still the widespread impunity for enforced disappearances. So special efforts or attention, you know, must be paid to specific groups of respect, especially vulnerable people like children and people with disabilities and women. Hundreds of thousands of people have been vanished during conflicts of a period of repression in at least 85 countries around the world. The victims themselves are frequently tortured. Sorry, the victims are frequently tortured and in constant fear of their lives. They are well aware that their families do not know what has become to them, and the chances are slim that anyone will come to their aid. Having been removed from the protective present of the law and disappeared from the society, they are in fact deprived of all their rights and the mercy of their captors. Even if death is not the final outcome and the victim is eventually released from the nightmares, the physical and psychological scars of this form of dehumanization and brutality and torture, which often occupy, it remains. The families and the friends of victims experience slow mental anguish, not knowing where the victim is, whether still alive or not, and if so, where he or she is being held, under what conditions, and in what state of health. They alternate between the hope and despair, wandering and wondering and waiting seems sometimes for years the news that they may never come. In addition, they are well aware that they too are threatened and they may suffer the same fate themselves, that searching for further truth may expose them to a greater danger. The family's distress is frequently compounded by material consequences of the disappearance. The disappearance person is often the family's main breadwinner. He or she may be the only member of the family to cultivate the crops or run the family business. The emotional upheaval, uphill is thus exacerbated by the material deprivation, made more acute by the costs incurred should they decide to undertake a search. Furthermore, they do not know when, if ever, their loved one is going to return, which makes it difficult for them to adapt to the new situation. In some cases, national legislation may be possible, make it possible to draw a person to or receive other means of support in the absence of a death certificate. Economic and social marginalization is frequently the result. The serious economic hardships which usually accompany a disappearance are most borne by the women, and it's women who are most often at the forefront of the struggle to resolve the disappearance of family members. In the capacity, they may suffer intimidation, persecution, and reprisals. When women are themselves direct victims of disappearance, they become partially vulnerable to sexual and other forms of violence. Children can be also victims both directly and indirectly. The disappearance of a child is a clear contravention of a murder provisions of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. The family dis sorry, the family distress is frequently compounded by the material consequences of the disappearance. And the furthermore, they do not know when, if ever, their loved one is going to return, which makes it difficult to them to adapt to new situation. And the serious economic hardships which accompany uh, a disappearance are most often borne by the woman. And if it is women who are most often the forefront of the struggle to resolve the disappearance of family members. Children can also be victims both directly and indirectly. The disappearance of a child is a clear contravention of a number of provisions of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, including the right to a personal identity, the loss of parent through the disappearance, also a serious violation of child human rights. And communities are directly affected by the disappearance of breadwinners and the degradation of families' economic situation and their social marginalization. Enforced disappearance have frequently been used as a strategy to spread terror within the society. The feeding of insecurity generated by the practice is not limited to the close relatives of the disappeared, but also affects their communities and society as a whole. According to the Declaration of the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, proclaimed by the General Assembly in its Resolution 47 by 133 of 18 December 1992, as a body of principles for all states, and affirmed uh, an enforced disappearance occurs when persons are arrested, detained, or abducted against their will or otherwise deprived of their liberty by officials, by different branches or levels of government, or by organizing groups or private individuals acting on behalf of or with the support, direct or indirect, consequent or acquiescence of the government, followed by a refusal of disclose the fate or whereabouts of the persons concerned, or a refusal to acknowledge the deprivation of their liberty, and which the people which places a serious violation of human rights have been observed, having been removed from the protective present of the law and disappeared from society. Victims of enforced disappearance are in fact deprived from all their rights and are at the mercy of their captors. Some of the human rights that enforced disappearance regularly violates uh, the right to recognition as a person before law, the right to liberty and security of the person, the right not to be subjected to torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, the right to life when the disappeared person is killed, the right to an identity, the right to a fair trial and to judicial guarantees, the right to an effective remedy, including reparation and compensation, the right to an effective remedy, including a reparation and compensation, and the right to know the truth regarding the circumstances of a disappearance, Enforced disappearances also generally violate various economic, social, cultural rights for both the victims as well as their families. The right to protection and assistance to the family, the right to an adequate standard of living, the right to health, and the right to education. Both the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which came into force on 1st July 2002, and the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons Enforced Disappearances, adopted by the UN General Assembly on 20th December 2006, state that when committed as part of widespread or systematic attack directed at any civilian population, a forced disappearance qualifies as a crime against humanity and thus is not subject to the statute of limitations. It gives victim families the right to seek reparations and to demand the truth about the disappearance of their loved ones. On 21st December 2010, by its resolution 65 by 2009, the United Nations General Assembly expressed its deep concern about the increase in enforced or involuntary disappearances in various regions of the world, including arrest, detention, and abduction when they are part of an amount of enforced disappearances, and then by growing by the same resolution, the Assembly welcomed the adoption of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance and decided to declare 30th August the International Day of Victims of Enforced Disappearances to be observed in 2011. The Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances accept cases from any country in the world. It is not necessary to exhaust domestic remedies before submitting a case to the group. The cases of disappearance can be submitted by relatives of the disappeared or by organizations acting on their behalf. There is a form available, standardized form, which can be submitted through email or mail. And a tutorial is also available on how to go about it. So on this International Day of Victims of Enforced Disappearances, as it is a practice of violation of human rights prohibited under international law, yet continues to be used as a silent dissent and attacks civil society. Every year, ordinary people fall victim to the enforced disappearance and vanish without a trace after being arrested, detained, or abducted by government officials or those acting with their assent. Those responsible often refuse to acknowledge in the occurrence of disappearances or even excuse them as part of counterterrorism activities. Authoritarian regimes and their proxies try to instill fear and maintain control by disappearing human rights advocates. Authoritarian regimes and their proxies try to instill fear and maintain control by disappearing human rights advocates, political activities, environmental defenders, journalists, and other vulnerable groups such as children and persons with disabilities. The UN and other nations renews its commitment to addressing the enforced disappearance and calls on governments around the world to put an end to this practice and hold those responsible to account, reveal the whereabouts or fate of loved ones who have disappeared, and respect the human rights and fundamental rights of all people. Even in the form of migration, you know, every year, millions of people around the world go missing because of the conflict, human rights abuses, people trafficking, migration, disorder, disasters, or other causes. As quoted by ICMP Director General Catherine Bomberger, thousands have gone missing as a result of the Mediterranean migration crisis in the last 2 years, and this is one area where the international community must develop a coordinated approach. The number of persons who have disappeared because of atrocities and human rights violation uh, is another area where to be focused, and a rule of local law approach is required. ICMP is in the process of preparing a launch an initiative with the International Organization on Migration and other agencies to assess the number of migrants who are gone missing and set in place measures to locate and identify missing migrants. ICMP has been working in Iraq since 2003 and currently as a training and assistance program there. ICMP is the only international organization exclusively mandated to address the issue of missing persons. Ms. Bomberger said, the International Day of Disappeared is an appropriate occasion on which to consider ways in which global community can address these global challenges. We are actively encouraging governments and others to develop strategies to deal the missing, and at the beginning of 2017, we convened a global forum on missing persons that we hope will begin the process of forging a global consensus on the issue, as quoted by Ms. Bomberger. Unfortunately, the number of missing persons continues to grow, and the majority of those are missing are presumed to be dead. So the day of it disappeared is an opportunity for everyone to show solidarity with the families of missing persons. This is also an opportunity for strengthening our commitment to helping families come to terms with their loss by finding their loved ones and bringing them home so that they can have a proper burial and commemoration. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration and also this topic here. And when we look at the other commemoration or other important topic in the conference, and recent commemoration, International Day for People of African Descent. It is essential that we continue to speak up loudly and without fail against any notion of racial superiority, and that we work tirelessly to free all societies from the blight of racism, as quoted by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Honoring the contributions of the African diaspora, the International Day for People of African Descent will be celebrated for the first time, uh, was celebrated no, for the first time on 31st August 2021. Through its observance, the United Nations aims to promote the extraordinary contributions of the African diaspora around the world and to eliminate all forms of discrimination against people of African descent. International days reflect the values of the society shares. All human beings are born free and in equal dignity and rights have the potential to contribute constructively to the development and well-being of their societies. Any doctrine of racial superiority is scientifically false, morally commendable, and socially unjust and dangerous must be rejected together with theories that attempt to determine the existing of a separate human races. The United Nations strongly condemn the continuing violent practices and excessive use from law enforcement agencies against Africans and African people of African descent, and condemn structural racism in criminal justice systems around the world. The organization further acknowledges the transatlantic slave trade as one of the darkest chapters in the human history and upholds human dignity and equality for the victims of slavery, the slave trade, and colonialism, in particular people of African descent in the African diaspora. And as you know, already discussed, International Decade for People of African Descent is being commemorated from 2015 to 2024. And the International Decade aims to celebrate the important contributions of people of African descent worldwide, advance social justice and inclusion policies, eradicate racism and intolerance, promote human rights, and assist in creating better, more prosperous communities in line with the Sustainable Development Goals spearheaded by the United Nations. The episode of Global Lens, you know, uh, examines the pivotal role of the Underground Railroad in establishing African American resistance and celebrates the courage of those who risk their lives to help others escape, including the legendary Hamid Tubman. Our lead character is educator, author, and human rights advocate Saladin Allah, a descendant of Railroad forerunner Josiah Henson, whose life was the inspiration for the Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel Uncle Tom's Cabin. As a visitor experience specialist at Niagara Falls Underground Railroad Heritage Center, Saladin is an expert storyteller who takes us on the unforgettable journey through African American history and reminds us that we'll all play a role in shaping the next generation. Only through education and historical truth telling can we achieve a recognition of the past wrongdoing and work towards more just a world. So, fight racism. And each year the world commemorates the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination on 21st March, the day the police in Sharpeville, South Africa opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful demonstration against apartheid past laws in 1960. Niagara Falls, New York is not a place of natural wonder. It is also a central location in the history of African American resistance to slavery and discrimination. During the 19th century, Niagara Falls was one of the last stops on the Underground Railroad, a network of secret routes and safe houses that allowed enslaved African Americans to escape into the Free States and Canada. The episode of Global Lens examines the pivotal role of the Underground Railroad in establishing African American resistance and celebrates the courage of those who risked their lives to help others escape, including the legendary Harriet Tubman. There are around 200 million people identifying themselves as being African descent, live in Americas, and many millions more live in other parts of the world outside the African continent. Whether as descendants of the victims of transatlantic slave trade or as mere migrants, they constitute some of the poorest and most marginalized groups. Studies and findings by international and national bodies demonstrate that people of African descent still have limited access to quality education, health services, housing, and social society. In many cases, their situation largely remains invisible and insufficient recognition and respect has been given to the efforts of the people of African descent. In many cases, their situation remains largely invisible and insufficient recognition and respect that has been given to their efforts of the people of African descent to seek redress of their present situation. They are all too often experience discrimination in their access to justice and face alarmingly high rates of police violence together with racial profiling. The United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent, proclaimed by General Assembly Resolution 68 by 237 to be observed from 2015 to 2024, provides a solid framework for the United Nations, member states, civil society, and other relevant actors to join together with people of African descent and take effective measures for the implementation of the program of activities in the spirit of recognition, justice, and development. So with this, there is a video available. Uh, Maybe I will be sharing later on in chat box, or if time permits, we'll take up at the end of the day. So on this, if any one of you have any queries or any observations or any, clarifications, you can use chat box to share. Otherwise, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute. And kindly fill up the feedback form. For this session. Then we will move on to next sessions. Feedback form has been raised. Kindly fill up the feedback form. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. Dear participants, quickly fill up the feedback form in the chat box. It has been raised in the form of polls. Our next presentation would be by Virendra Kumar Thakurji. We are waiting for all our friends to fill up the feedback form in the form of polls. Quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. Hope everyone has filled the feedback form. So we'll move on to our next session. Our next session will be by Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, Assistant Professor, Computer Science and Engineering, GB Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. We welcome you, sir, for your presentation on protection of women for Domestic Violence Act and 2005. Yes, sir. Now you can unmute and start your video, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it. I'm audible. I'm also having my video. Yes. The camera is on.
Yes, sir.
I'm also sharing my presentation now.
And after your presentation, if time permits, kindly enlighten us with some provisions or acts related to this terrorism and this nuclear detention, if any.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Definitely. I'll talk about that also. Well, I hope my screen is visible, sir.
Not yet, sir. It's still.
It will come after a network delay of 45 seconds.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can please continue.
Yes. So, thanks for inviting me. Today we shall see about the protection of women from domestic violence Act 2005. There are many types of violence. Since today is one of the theme is violence, and domestic violence is one of the types of violence. And this act is a recent one, that is, as compared to many other laws for women, this is a special enactment that was formed in 2005. So it is necessary to be aware of its provisions. There are two types of laws related to families, civil and criminal. So I will also make reference to some of the civil provisions that are, say, incidental to this, wherever they come in the discussion. So we shall see the provisions of this. This act has 37 sections divided in 5 chapters. There are no schedules. There is only one amendment, and that was in 2019. That is, it was made applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir also, except that there are no other amendments. So this is an act to provide for more effective protection of the rights of women guaranteed under the Constitution for victims of violence of any kind occurring within the family and for matters connected therewith or incidental there. It enacted by Parliament in the 56th year of the Republic of India as follows. Earlier, we had some acts like Section 498A of related to cruelty, and there were allegations that it was much misused. In fact, even the Law Commission of India has submitted a report to the Supreme Court, and it was accepted that in 90% of the cases, there was much misuse of that provision. However, that doesn't mean that all the other provisions or the special enactments are being misused or are unnecessary. Decreasing gender ratio is one of the major reasons because of which necessity was felt for this act. There are some IPC crimes like dowry death is there, 498A I have already spoken about. So besides 304B and say this 498A that is related to cruelty, need was felt that related to domestic violence, which we in Hindi call as Gharelu Hinsa or Marpit. It could be by anybody, so family members. So for that purpose, this special enactment was formed. We shall see the provisions now in detail. Chapter 1 has got only 2 sections. First is short title, extent and in commencement. So this act may be called the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005. It extends to the whole of India. So the words except the state of Jammu and Kashmir were omitted in 2019. and it shall come into force on such date as the central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint. So it came into force with effect from say 26th October 2006, and it was notified in the gazette on 17th October 2006. So this is very important enactment by which any say wife can send her husband or say to jail for 2 years, and the burden of proof is upon the husband. So we shall see the provisions. This is a minor criminal law because there is provision of imprisonment also. Earlier we had CRPC 125, 125, 126, 127, 128. In that, the maintenance proceedings are considered as criminal proceedings. Criminal law works in India regardless of the religion or the community, whereas we don't have yet civil common or uniform civil code. So this is a minor criminal law, and therefore it is applicable on all communities, all religions. In this act, unless the context otherwise requires, aggrieved person, the definitions are very important. Few definitions are given here, and the definition of domestic violence itself is given in a separate section, that is section 3. So let us see the definition now. Aggrieved person means any woman who is or has been in a domestic relationship with the respondent, that is, who are living together, and who alleges to have been subjected to any act of domestic violence by the respondent. So it includes all the say women are protected here. They may be aggrieved person. Child means any person below the age of 18 years and includes any adopted, step or foster child. As far as CRPC 125 is there, so it applies to wife or wives. That is, it could be one or more than one wife. It also includes ex-wife. It also applies to children, whether legitimate or illegitimate. It also applies to parents. Whereas this is applicable to say woman. Compensation order means an order granted in terms of section 22. Different types of orders have been defined in this act. So we shall see what types of orders a magistrate can make. Custody order means an order granted in terms of section 21. Domestic incident report means a report made in the prescribed form on receipt of a complaint of domestic violence from an aggrieved person. So this is given generally by say protection officers. Protection officers have been appointed under this act. Domestic relationship means a relationship between two persons who live or have at any point of time lived together in a shared household when they are related by consanguinity, marriage, or through a relationship in the nature of marriage, adoption, or are family members living together as a joint family. Family is defined as people who are living together by or who are related by not living together, but who are related by birth, by marriage, or by adoption. That is the definition of family. Here, in case of 498A, there was also misuse because those people may not be living together, like mother-in-law, sister-in-law. Here, domestic relationship is essential. That is, people who are living together. It may be joint family, it may be nuclear family. So in the nature of marriage, adoption, or our family members. So that we call as the domestic relationship because the definition of domestic violence is related to this. Now, domestic violence has the same meaning as assigned to it in section 3. Chapter 2 has only one section, and that section is section 3, and that is definition of domestic violence. So we shall see that also subsequently after this. Dowry shall have the same meaning as assigned to it in section 2 of the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961. Magistrate means the judicial magistrate of the first class, or as the case may be the metropolitan magistrate, exercising jurisdiction under the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 in the area where the aggrieved person resides temporarily or otherwise, or the respondent resides, or the domestic violence is alleged to have taken place. There are two types of judges, civil and criminal. We don't use the word criminal judge, so to them we call as magistrate. In metropolitan cities, that is cities who have got population more than 10 lakh, and the state government have declared them as metropolitan magistrate, they are called metropolitan magistrate. In other areas, they are called a judicial magistrate. First class means power of imprisonment up to 3 years. So these cases don't go before CJM or say sessions judges normally. So they go to magistrate of the first class. JM has powers of only 1 year imprisonment, while JM first class has powers of imprisonment up to 3 years as per the CRPC. So these cases go before JM first class. Magistrate doesn't mean here the executive magistrate. So DM, ADM, STM, these are not covered under this. They are actually fall under the branch executive branch. So here we are talking about the judiciary branch. Okay. So that is JM first class. Medical facility means such facility as may be notified by the state government to be a medical facility for the purposes of this act. Monetary relief means the compensation which the magistrate may order the respondent to pay to the aggrieved person at any stage during the hearing of an application seeking any relief under this act to meet the expenses incurred and the losses suffered by the aggrieved person as a result of the domestic violence. So besides the criminal remedy, there is civil remedy also that is given under this monetary relief. There is the compensation for that. No separate proceedings under the say family courts act or say in family court or CRPC 125 are necessary. So monetary relief can be given by the magistrate. Notification means a notification published in the official gazette and the expression notified shall be constituted accordingly. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this act, for which the last section is there, 37. Protection officer means an officer appointed by the state government under subsection 1 of section 8. So protection officers are appointed and they discharge some functions under this act. Protection order means an order made in terms of section 18. Residence order means an order granted in terms of subsection 1 of section 19. So different type of orders we shall see in that chapter. Respondent means any adult male person who is or has been in a domestic relationship with the aggrieved person and against whom the aggrieved person has sought any relief under this act. Generally, respondent means a person against whom a case has been filed under this act, that is respondent. It includes, it means any adult male person. So these cases can't be filed against, say, female person, but there is one proviso subsequently, provided that this is in the form of exception, an aggrieved wife or female living in a relationship in the nature of a marriage may also file a complaint against a relative of the husband or the male partner. So that means the relatives, whether they are male or female, are also included by this proviso. So that means not only the adult male person, but other relatives are also included within this definition of respondent, against whom the cases can be filed under this act. Now we come to service provider, means an entity registered under subsection 1 of section 10. Shared household means a household where the person aggrieved lives or at any stage has lived in a domestic relationship, which has been defined earlier, either singly or along with the respondent, and includes such a household whether owned or tenanted either jointly by the aggrieved person and the respondent, or owned or tenanted by either of them, in respect of which either the aggrieved person or the respondent or both jointly or singly have any right, title, interest, or equity, and includes such a household which may belong to the joint family of which the respondent is a member, irrespective of whether the respondent or the aggrieved person has any right, title, or interest in the shared household. So shared household is also defined here. Then there is shelter home, means any shelter home as may be notified by the state government to be a shelter home for the purposes of this act. It is actually state subject. So state government notifies the shelter home. Now we come to the chapter 2. There is only one section, and that section is domestic violence. So now we shall see the definition of domestic violence. What amounts to domestic violence? What is punishable? So for the purposes of this act, any act, omission, or commission, that is any positive or negative act or conduct of the respondent shall constitute domestic violence in case it harms or injures or endangers the health, safety, life, limb, or well-being, whether mental or physical, of the aggrieved person, or tends to do so, and includes causing physical abuse, sexual abuse, verbal and emotional abuse, and economic abuse, or harasses, harms, injures. Injury includes all three types of injuries, that is injury to person, that is body, injury to property, injury to reputation. as given in IPC, or endangers the aggrieved person with a view to coerce her or any other person related to her to make any unlawful demand for any dowry or other property of valuable security or has the effect of threatening the aggrieved person or any person related to her by any conduct mentioned in clause A or clause B. So threatening is also domestic violence, or otherwise injures or causes harm, whether physical or mental, to the aggrieved person. Now there are two explanations. Different types of abuses have been defined here. So the first type is physical abuse. Means any act or conduct which is of such a nature as to cause bodily harm, bodily pain, harm, or danger to life, limb, or health, or impair the health or development of the aggrieved person, and includes assault, criminal intimidation, and criminal force. These have been defined under IPC: assault, criminal assault, criminal that is 323, grievous 33, 334, criminal force is 350, criminal intimidation is 506. So these definitions are given there in IPC. Sexual abuse includes any conduct of a sexual nature that abuses, humiliates, degrades, or otherwise violates the dignity of woman. This term was not there earlier in IPC. Now they have been defined separately under this act. Verbal and emotional abuse include insults, ridicule, humiliation, name calling, and insults or ridicule, especially with regard to not having a child or a male child. That is one of the common causes, as we know, in India, and repeated threats to cause physical pain to any person in whom the aggrieved person is interested. Now, economic abuse includes deprivation of all or any economic or financial resources to which the aggrieved person is entitled under any law or custom, whether payable under an order of a court or otherwise, or which the aggrieved person requires out of necessity, including but not limited to household necessities for the aggrieved person and her children, if any. Stridhan. This applies to all communities now, northern or southern, and also say all communities, all religions in India, because there is a criminal law. So if any stridhan, property jointly or separately owned by the aggrieved person, payment of rental related to the shared household and maintenance, disposal of household effects, any alienation of assets, whether movable or immovable, valuable, shares, securities, bonds, and the like, or other property in which the aggrieved person has an interest or is entitled to use by virtue of the domestic relationship, or which may be reasonably required by the aggrieved person or her children or her stridhan, or any other property jointly or separately held by the aggrieved person, and prohibition or restriction to continued access to resources or facilities which the aggrieved person is entitled to use or enjoy by virtue of the domestic relationship, including access to the shared household. So this is defined as economic abuse. So as we can see, physical abuse, sexual abuse, verbal or and emotional abuse, and economic abuse. 4 types of abuses are say included here. There is last explanation, that is explanation 2. For the purpose of determining whether any act, omission, commission, or conduct of the respondent constitutes domestic violence under this section, the overall facts and circumstances of the case shall be taken into consideration. Now, these facts and circumstances could also include whether any civil proceedings under, say, Hindu Marriage Act or any other, say, laws related to the family are pending in any other court because they are judicial proceedings. So these facts and circumstances, normally under section 9, there are proceedings for restitution of conjugal right in Hindu Marriage Act. Restitution of conjugal right, in Hindi we call it विवाह के बाद साथ रहने का अधिकार. This right is there to both the parties, that is to husband and the wife. So if the wife has left the husband, then the husband files under section 9. If the wife has been driven out from the household, then the wife can file against the husband. So that is the right to live together, conjugal rights. There are proceedings under section 12, that is judicial separation. And if those don't succeed, then after 1 year of judicial separation, there could be divorce proceedings under section 13 of the say Hindu Marriage Act. There are similar proceedings in other religions also. So any other civil or criminal proceedings include under 498A, dowry death. That also includes this proceedings under CRPC 125 to 128. So those may also be taken into account. That means the entire say overall facts and circumstances of the case shall be taken into consideration. Now we come to chapter 3, powers and duties of protection officers, service providers, etc. So information to protection officer and exclusion of liability of informant. Informant is the person who files the FIR. Since this is a minor criminal law, so an FIR can be filed by a person. So person who complains is called the complainant. Person who files an FIR is called the informant, not police informer. Informer is a separate word that is given in Police Act 1861. Any person who has reason to believe that an act of domestic violence has been or is being or is likely to be committed may give information about it to the concerned protection officer. No liability, civil or criminal, shall be incurred by any person for giving in good faith of information for the purpose of subsection 1. This Act has 3 different sections for protection of good faith. This is the first one, where protection of action taken in good faith by the informant is protected. There are 2 subsequent sections also that we shall come across. The duties of police officers, service providers, and magistrate. So, a police officer, protection officer, service provider, or magistrate who has received a complaint of domestic violence or is otherwise present at the place of an incident of domestic violence, or when the incident of domestic violence is reported to him, shall inform the aggrieved person of her right. The word "her" is deliberately used because it is available only to, say, females or women, of her right to make an application for obtaining a relief by way of a protection order, an order for monetary relief, a custody order, a residence order, a compensation order, or more than one such order under this Act. The different acts have been defined under subsequent sections in this Act. Of the availability of services of service providers, that is, they will inform about this, that service provider is available, and of the availability of services of the protection officer. So they will also inform that services of protection officers are also available to the woman. Of her right to free legal services under the Legal Services Authorities Act 1987. Free legal aid is also one of the fundamental rights say given by Supreme Court in some judgments. That comes under right to live with dignity. It comes under Article 21 of the Constitution. And there is also the legal enactment under which NALSA and SALSA, that is National Legal Services Authorities and State Legal Services Authority. So the NALSA and SALSA are there, and even there are legal service authorities at district level, each district level. Of a right to file a complaint under Section 498A of the Indian Penal Code wherever relevant. So cruelty is also there. Cruelty can be one of the grounds for divorce. There are also other enactments about which I will discuss subsequently. Provided that nothing in this Act shall be construed in any manner as to relieve a police officer from his duty to proceed in accordance with law upon receipt of information as to the commission of a cognizable offense. So it does not relieve the police officer of his duty. That means he will have to file an FIR, although it is not defined as a criminal offense. In case of rape laws, now there is a special provision under IPC, that is 166A, in which the police officer can also be imprisoned for 6 months if it doesn't file FIR, or say if a doctor doesn't give treatment. We have 166A, 166B that were now added in by Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013 after the Nirbhaya gang rape case. Now, duties of shelter homes. So, if an aggrieved person or on her behalf a protection officer or a service provider requests the person in charge of a shelter home to provide shelter to her, such person in charge of the shelter home shall provide shelter to the aggrieved person in the shelter home. Normally, we have women's protection home or say shelter home. 2 types of women are generally kept there. Those who are under trial, that is those who are going criminal charges, and other women. So shelter homes are there. The duties of medical facilities. So if an aggrieved person or on her behalf a protection officer or a service provider requests the person in charge of a medical facility to provide any medical aid to her, such person in charge of the medical facility shall provide medical aid to the aggrieved person in the medical facility. That includes all types of, say, government and private hospitals or clinics. Appointment of protection officers. So state government shall, by notification, appoint such number of protection officers in each district, that they are appointed as district level, and there could be more than one in one district, as it may consider necessary and shall also notify the area or areas within which a protection officer shall exercise the powers and perform the duties conferred on him by or under this act. That is regional jurisdiction, we may say. The protection officer shall, as far as possible, be woman. So normally the protection officer is a woman as far as possible, and shall possess such qualifications and experience as may be prescribed. Prescribed means prescribed by rules. The terms and conditions of service of the protection officer and the other officers subordinate to him shall be such as may be prescribed. Him includes her also, as per the General Clauses Act 1897. So generally, it is subordinate to her. Protection officer is generally a woman. Duties and functions of protection officer. It shall be the duty of the protection officer to assist the magistrate in the discharge of his functions under this act. So the protection officer assists the magistrate to make a domestic incident report to the magistrate. That means they will say look into that incident and submit a report to the magistrate in such form and in such manner as may be prescribed upon receipt of a complaint of domestic violence, and forward copies thereof to the police officer in charge of the police station within the local limits of whose jurisdiction domestic violence is alleged to have been committed, and to the service providers in that area. To make an application in such form and in such manner as may be prescribed to the magistrate, if the aggrieved person so desires, claiming relief for issuance of a protection order. That means protection order. That means to prepare applications on behalf of the victim to the magistrate for different types of reliefs that are given in this act. To ensure that the aggrieved person is provided legal aid under the Legal Services Authorities Act 1997 and make available free of cost the prescribed form in which a complaint is to be made. That means if she wants legal aid, services of advocate shall also be made available to her to look after her case. So for free legal aid, the Legal Services Authorities Act is there. To maintain a list of all service providers providing legal aid or counseling, shelter home, and medical facilities in a local area within the jurisdiction of the magistrate. That means it is the duty of protection officer to maintain a list of this service provider providing legal aid, that is the advocates who may say, counseling, shelter home, and medical facilities, that is doctor. To make available a safe shelter home if the aggrieved person so require, and forward a copy of his report of having lodged the aggrieved person in a shelter home to the police station and the magistrate having jurisdiction in the area where the shelter home is situated. Then to get the aggrieved person medically examined if she has sustained bodily injuries, and forward a copy of the medical report to the police station and the magistrate having jurisdiction in the area where the domestic violence is alleged to have been taken place. To ensure that the order for monetary relief under Section 20 is complied with and executed in accordance with the procedure prescribed under the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973. So if there is for monetary relief, that is compensation, magistrates also have power to give compensation under CRPC in some cases. Now in IPC also, after this Criminal Law Amendment Act, there are also provisions that in case of acid attack, that is 326A and 326B, as well as in rape cases, that is 375, 376A, 376B, 376C, 376D, 376DA, 376DB, and 376E. So in that cases also, compensation can be awarded and compensation shall be paid to the victim to perform such other duties as may be prescribed. The protection officer shall be under the control and supervision of the magistrate and shall perform the duties imposed on him by the magistrate and the government by or under this act. So duties may be assigned by both, that is government, that is executive, as well as by the magistrate, that is the judiciary. So protection officer reports to the magistrate. The service providers, so subject to such rules as may be made in this behalf, and any voluntary association registered under the Societies Registration Act 1860, that is any society or a company registered under the Companies Act 1956. Now we have Companies Act of 2013, or any other law for the time being in force, with the objective of protecting the rights and interests of women by any lawful means, including providing of legal aid, medical, financial, or other assistance, shall register itself with the state government as a service provider for the purposes of this act. So any say society or NGO or say company can apply for this to be service provider under Section 10 of this act. A service provider registered under subsection 1 shall have the power to record the domestic incidents report in the prescribed form if the aggrieved person so desires, and forward a copy thereof to the magistrate and the protection officer having jurisdiction in the area where the domestic violence took place, get the aggrieved person medically examined and forward a copy of the medical report to the protection officer and the police station within the local limits of which the domestic violence took place, and ensure that the aggrieved person is provided shelter in a shelter home if she so requires, and forward a report of the lodging of the aggrieved person in the shelter home to the police station within the local limits of which the domestic violence took place. That means they take care of, say, the victim in all possible ways. No suit, prosecution, or other legal proceeding shall lie against any service provider or any other member of the service provider who is or who is deemed to be acting or purporting to act under this Act, or anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done in the exercise of powers or discharge or of functions under this Act towards the prevention of the commission of domestic violence. So this is second say provision in this Act for protection of action taken in good faith. So informant are protected for good faith. Service providers are also protected for good faith, and there is another say, third section. Good faith is defined under say general clauses at 1897, and there is another definition that is in IPC 52. So with due care and caution is that so these actions are protected, and no civil or criminal suit means civil suit, prosecution is criminal, or other legal proceeding can be filed against them in any court in India. Then duties of government. So central government and every state government shall take all measures to ensure that the provisions of this Act are given wide publicity through public media, including the television, radio, and the print media at regular intervals, that is to spread awareness amongst people. The central government and the state government officers, including the police officers and the members of the judicial services, are given periodic sensitization and awareness training on the issues addressed by this Act. That means they take it seriously, they are aware of this provision. Effective coordination between the services provided by concerned ministries and departments dealing with law, home affairs, including law and order, that is police officers, health and human resources, or the doctor, to address issues of domestic violence is established and periodical review of the same is conducted. Then protocols for the various ministries concerned with the delivery of services to women under this Act, including the courts, are prepared and put in place. So these are the duties of the central government and state government. Now we come to chapter 4, that is procedure for obtaining orders or relief. So how the procedure shall be obtained. So first, an application is made to the magistrate. So an aggrieved person or a protection officer or any other person on behalf of the aggrieved person, maybe any relative, may present an application to the any person is there, so maybe relative or friend, may present an application to the magistrate seeking one or more reliefs under this Act, provided that before passing any order on such application, the magistrate shall take into consideration any domestic incident report received by him from the protection officer or the service provider. So before passing any order, they will take into consideration such reports if they get this report. Now the relief. So the relief sought under subsection 1 may include a relief for issuance of an order for payment or compensation or damages. There is difference between damage and damages. Damages generally means injury. Damages is compensation. That is money. Money means damages. That is in monetary terms. That is liquidated damages, we call them. That is measured in terms of cash. So damage and damages have got different meaning. Damages means money. Compensation or damages without prejudice to the right of such person to institute a suit for compensation or damages for the injuries caused by the acts of domestic violence committed by the respondent. Provided that where a decree for any amount as compensation or damages has been passed by any court in favor of the aggrieved person, that means there could already been some decree by say family court or civil court or maybe under CRPC 125. The amount, if any, paid or payable in pursuance of the order made by the magistrate under this Act shall be set off against the amount payable under the decree. Set off means it will be minus or subtracted if already some such order exists, and the decree shall, notwithstanding anything contained in the CPC, that is Code of Civil Procedure, or any other law for the time in force, be executable for the balance amount, if any, left after such set off. So set off word is also used in case of claim and counter claim. That means if some party has to give something to other party and other party has also to give to the first party, there could be counter claim. Set off is if something is already given, then that is minus or subtracted. That is the meaning here. Every application under subsection 1 shall be in such form and contain such particular as may be prescribed or as nearly as possible thereto. That is prescribed by rules. The magistrate shall fix the first date of hearing, which shall not ordinarily be beyond 3 days from the date of receipt of the application by the court. This is followed even in say all even in high courts, etc. For all types of cases. That means normally when a fresh case comes, so they are given priority as compared to older cases, because in fresh cases there has to be some order. So at the beginning itself, it will either be dismissed, and if it is not dismissed, then it will be admitted. Admitted doesn't mean allowed. Admitted means notice is given to the other party. The magistrate shall endeavor to dispose of every application made under subsection 1 within a period of 60 days from the date of its first hearing. So for speedy trial, that means it should be disposed of within 60 days. Then we have a notice of the date of hearing fixed under subsection 12 shall be given by the magistrate to the protection officer. That means the protection officer may also be say present, or who shall get it served by such means as may be prescribed on the respondent, that is the opposite party against whom the case is filed, or the accused persons, we may say the respondent is called here, and on any other person as directed by the magistrate within a maximum period of 2 days or such a further reasonable time as may be allowed by the magistrate from the date of its receipt. So all the say methods of could be say followed like as given in CPC. A declaration of service of notice made by the protection officer in such form as may be prescribed shall be the proof that such notice was served upon the respondent and on any other person as directed by the magistrate unless the contrary is proved. So if it is served, that means say it is assumed that the person has received. Even there is a provision in CPC that if delivery of any registered or speed post is refused, so refused means it is assumed that it is received by that person. So there is no use of say declining or refusing such a notice if it is by registered or speed post. If any person refuses to accept any registered post, that means it is assumed that he has received it. That is the legal meaning under CPC. So there is no use of refusing or declining. Now section 14 is counseling. The magistrate may at any stage of the proceeding under this act direct the respondent or the aggrieved person either singly or jointly to undergo counseling with any member of a service provider who possess such qualifications and experience in counseling as may be prescribed. So they may be say, qualified and trained in say counseling and maybe psychology. So these are the people who generally do the counseling of one or both the parties. Where the magistrate has issued any direction under subsection 1, he shall fix the next date of hearing of the case within a period not exceeding 2 months. So next date shall be within 2 months after the first hearing. Then assistance of welfare expert. So in any proceeding under this act, the magistrate may secure the services of such person, preferably a woman, whether related to the aggrieved person or not, including a person engaged in promoting family welfare as he thinks fit, for the purpose of assisting him in discharging his function. So magistrate may secure services of some other woman also, besides the protection officer, of course. So that may be allowed. Then 16, proceeding to be held in camera. This is not an English word, it is a Latin word. In camera means no other persons are allowed. That means only the accused, here they are called respondent, or the victim, that is the woman, and their advocates or relatives who are interested in that case, they be allowed. There shall not be any people from press or the outsiders who are not related to that case. So their entry will be part, just like in say rape cases. So it is not like Damini as was shown in 1994. It was true at that time, but after 1994 there have been many changes in criminal law. So these proceedings shall be held in camera. That means no outsiders are allowed. If the magistrate considers that the circumstances of the case so warrant, and if either party to the proceedings so desires, either party, that means it could be either the victim or the respondent, he may conduct the proceeding under this act in camera. So even the reporting may be prohibited. A journalist or press people are strictly not allowed. Right to reside in a shared household. So notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the timing and force, every woman in a domestic relationship, that is if they are living together, shall have the right to reside in the shared household, whether or not she has any right, title or beneficial interest in the same. The aggrieved person shall not be evicted or excluded from the shared household or any part of it by the respondent, save in accordance with the procedure established by law. So procedure established by law means they have to obtain the order from the court under maybe say judicial separation, section 12 or 13 divorce under the Hindu Marriage Act or similar procedures. The protection order. The magistrate may, after giving the aggrieved person and the respondent an opportunity of being heard, and on being prima facie satisfied that domestic violence has taken place or is likely to take place, pass a protection order in favor of the aggrieved person and prohibit the respondent from committing any act of domestic violence, aiding or abetting in the commission of acts of domestic violence. So different types of orders are there. So these orders are listed in this 5 sections, that is 18 to 22. So first is the protection order. So in protection order, the after giving notices to both the parties, this order may be given to the respondent, any respondent that is committing any act or aiding or abetting in commission of any act of domestic violence. Next we see entering the place of employment of the aggrieved person, or if the person aggrieved is a child, its school or any other place frequented by the aggrieved person. So a respondent may be prevented from entering such place of employment or say school or college. Attempting of the victim. Attempting to communicate in any form whatsoever with the aggrieved person, including personal, oral, or written, or electronic, or telephonic contact. That means this is to prohibit all types of threatening. Alienating any assets, operating bank lockers or bank accounts used or held or enjoyed by both the parties jointly by the aggrieved person and the respondent, or singly by the respondent, including her Stridhan or any other property held either jointly by the parties or separately by them without the leave of the magistrate. So even there could be say restrictions on selling or operating accounts like that. So these orders may be passed by the magistrate if necessary. Causing violence to the dependent, other relatives, or any person who give the aggrieved person assistance from domestic violence. So if there are any dependent, then in such cases that includes children. So causing violence to the dependent, other relatives, or any person who give the aggrieved person assistance from domestic violence, and committing any other act as specified in the protection order. So that is about the first type of order. Now we come to residence orders. So while disposing of an application under subsection 1 of section 12, the magistrate may, on hearing being satisfied that domestic violence had taken place, pass a residence order. This is the second remedy available. Restraining the respondent from dispossessing or in any other manner disturbing the possession of the aggrieved person from the shared household, whether or not in respondent has a legal or equitable interest in the shared household. Directing the respondent to remove himself from the shared household, and restraining the respondent or any of his relatives from entering any portion of the shared household in which the aggrieved person resides. That is maybe a room of the household. So these type of restraints may be there. So these are orders related to residence, so that complete protection is offered to the person, victim within the household. Restraining the respondent from alienating or disposing of the shared household or encumbering the same, that is entering into some other contract, lease, etc. Restraining the household from renouncing his rights in the shared household except with the leave of the magistrate, or directing the respondent to secure same level of alternate accommodation for the aggrieved person as enjoyed by her in the shared household, or to pay rent for the same if the circumstances so require. That is making arrangement for alternative residence if necessary, provided that no order under clause B shall be passed against any person who is a woman. So clause B can't be passed against a woman. B is directing the respondent to remove himself from the shared household. So this can't be passed against a woman. Okay, that is we mean here sister-in-law, mother-in-law, like that. So these types of order can't be passed. The magistrate may impose any additional conditions or pass any other direction which he may deem reasonably necessary to protect or to provide for the safety of the aggrieved person or any child of such aggrieved person. The magistrate may require from the respondent to execute a bond with or without sureties for preventing the commission of domestic violence. This bond shall have the same power as given under CRPC. That is the chapter 8. That is 106 to 124 of CRPC. So an order under subsection 3 shall be deemed to be an order under chapter 8 of the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 and shall be dealt with accordingly. That means they will keep peace and will not commit any domestic violence. So these types of undertaking. So that point may be required. While passing an order under subsection 1, subsection 2, or subsection 3, the court may also pass an order directing the officer in charge of the nearest police station to give protection to the aggrieved person or to assist her or the person making an application on her behalf in the implementation of the order. The order may be given to the police also to give protection. While making an order under subsection 1, the magistrate may impose on the respondent obligations relating to the discharge of rent and other payments having regard to the financial needs and resources of the parties. That is, resources of the party shall be taken into consideration. Then the magistrate may direct the officer in charge of the police station in whose jurisdiction the magistrate has been approached to assist in the implementation of the protection order. So police assist the magistrate in execution, implementation. The magistrate may direct the respondent to return to the possession of the aggrieved person her stridhan or any other property or valuable security to which she is entitled to. So if any such property has been snatched, then that may be given to the victim, the woman. Then monetary relief, that is in the nature of money. So while disposing of an application under subsection 1 of section 12, the magistrate may direct the respondent to pay monetary relief to meet the expenses incurred and losses suffered by the aggrieved person and any child of the aggrieved person as a result of the domestic violence, and such relief may include but not limited to the loss of earnings, the medical expenses, the loss caused due to destruction, damage, or removal of any property from the control of the aggrieved person, and the maintenance for the aggrieved person as well as her children, if any, including an order under or in addition to an order of maintenance under section 125 of the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973. That is CRPC, or any other law for the timing in force. So this maintenance shall be in addition to CRPC 125. Under CRPC 125, earlier there was limit of 500 per month when this Shah Bano case happened in 1987. That was subsequently increased to 5,000 by Mayawati government in UP. Now the central government has increased to 50% of the husband's property. So maximum this maintenance could be 50% of property of the husband, and in addition to that, there could be monetary relief under this act also. So that will be in addition. The monetary relief granted under this section shall be adequate, fair, and reasonable, and consistent with the standard of living to which the aggrieved person is accustomed. The magistrate shall have the power to order an appropriate lump sum payment or monthly payment of maintenance as the nature and circumstances of the case may require. The magistrate shall send a copy of the order for monetary relief under subsection 1 to the parties to the obligation and to the in charge of the police station within the local limits of which jurisdiction the respondent resides. The respondent shall pay the monetary relief granted to the aggrieved person within the period specified in the order under subsection 1. Similar provisions are there in CRPC 125 to 128 also. That is within a time-bound manner. That is within 60 days if the case may say linger on for more duration. Upon the failure on the part of the respondent to make payment in terms of the order under subsection 1, the magistrate may direct the employer or a debtor of the respondent to directly pay to the aggrieved person or to deposit with the court a portion of the wages or salaries or debt due to or accrued to the credit of the respondent, which amount may be adjusted towards the monetary relief payable by the respondent. That means court may directly order the employer from who the husband is drawing the salary. So any employer or debtor could also be directly ordered by the court to dear the amount and pay to the victim. Then custody orders. So notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the timing and force, the magistrate may at any stage of hearing of the application for protection order or for any other relief under this act grant temporary custody of any child or children to the aggrieved person or the person making an application on her behalf and specify, if necessary, the arrangement for visit of the child or children by the respondent, provided that if the magistrate is of the opinion that any visit by the respondent may be harmful to the interest of the child or children, the magistrate shall refuse to allow such visit. So these are, we can say, a type of civil remedy that the magistrate may give. Custody orders, custody of children. Then compensation orders. So in addition to other reliefs that may be granted under this act, the magistrate may, on an application being made by the aggrieved person, pass an order directing the respondent to pay compensation and damages for the injury, including mental torture and emotional distress caused by the acts of domestic violence committed by that respondent. So these are the, say, 5 types of orders that we have seen. So these orders are, just to summarize, firstly, right to reside in a shared household, that is protection. Then first is the protection order, section 18. Then we saw residence order, section 19. Then monetary reliefs, section 20, then custody orders, section 21, and compensation orders, section 20. Now in section 23, there is power to grant interim and ex parte orders. So in any proceeding before him under this act, the magistrate may pass such interim order as he deems just and proper. This may be confirmed or may be vacated in the final order. If the magistrate is satisfied that an application prima facie, that is on the face of it, discloses that the respondent is committing or has committed an act of domestic violence, or that there is a likelihood that the respondent may commit an act of domestic violence, he may grant an ex parte order on the basis of the affidavit in such form as may be prescribed of the aggrieved person under section 18, section 19, section 20, section 21, or as the case may be, section 20 against the respondent. That means without presence of the respondent, the orders may be passed in his absence. That is the power to grant ex parte orders. Or to give copies of order free of cost. So the magistrate shall, in all cases where he has passed any order under this act, order that a copy of such order shall be given free of cost to the parties to the application. The police officer in charge of the police station in the jurisdiction of which the magistrate has been approached, and any service provider located within the local limits of the jurisdiction of the court, and if any service provider has registered a domestic incident report to that service provider. That means it is given to both the parties as well as to the police officer and to the service provider if necessary, and protection officer also who are concerned with this. Duration and alteration of orders. So a protection order made under section 18 shall be enforced till the aggrieved person applies for discharge. If the magistrate on receipt of an application from the aggrieved person or the respondent is satisfied that there is a change in the circumstances requiring alteration, modification, or revocation of any order made under this act, he may, for reasons to be recorded in writing, pass such order as he may deem appropriate. So they may say withdraw or revoke or alter, modify such orders. So that power is given under section 25. The relief in other suits and legal proceedings. So any relief available under sections 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 may also be sought in any legal proceeding before a civil court, family court, or a criminal court, affecting the aggrieved person and the respondent, whether such proceeding was initiated before or after the commencement of this act. So whether these proceedings were initiated prior to say commencement of this act, this say relief under sections 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 may also be sought. So that means subsequent cases may be filed under this Prevention of Domestic Violence Act 2005. Any relief referred to in subsection 1 may be sought for in addition to and along with any other relief that the aggrieved person may seek in such suit or legal proceeding before a civil or criminal court. And in case any relief has been obtained by the aggrieved person in any proceeding other than a proceeding under the Act, shall be bound to inform the magistrate of the grant of such relief. That means there cannot be concealment of facts. The magistrate before whom this case is going on shall be informed of orders made by other say civil or criminal courts, so that he is aware of such relief also. The jurisdiction. So the Court of Judicial Magistrate of the first class or the Metropolitan Magistrate, as the case may be, within the local limits of which the person aggrieved permanently or temporarily resides or carries on business or is employed, or the respondent resides or carries on business or is employed, or the cause of action has arisen, shall be the competent court to grant a protection under protection order and other orders under this Act and to try offences under this Act. And any order made under this Act shall be enforceable throughout India. So this is the regional jurisdiction. Now the procedure. So save as otherwise provided in this Act, all proceedings under sections 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 and other offences under section 31 shall be governed by the provisions of the CRPC. Nothing in subsection 1 shall prevent the court from laying down its own procedure for disposal of an application under section 12, that is application for relief, application to magistrate under DV Act, or under subsection 2 of section 23. So 23 is, as we have seen earlier, is related to ex parte and interim orders. So such procedure can be devised. That is section 28. Now appeal. So there shall be an appeal to the Court of Session. That means within the same district, appeal shall lie to the Sessions Court. There is no need to go directly to High Court. Within 30 days from the date on which the order made by the magistrate is served on the aggrieved person or the respondent, as the case may be, whichever is latter. Now we come to the last chapter, that is chapter 5, miscellaneous, that is sections 30 to 37. So protection officers and members of service providers to be public servants. That means they can be prosecuted under IPC. So protection officers and members of service provider, while acting or purporting to act in pursuance of any of the provisions of this Act or any rules or orders made thereunder, shall be deemed to be public servants within the meaning of Section 21 of the Indian Penal Code. That means they can't commit any offences. The penalty for breach of protection either ordered by a respondent. So breach of protection order or of an interim protection order by the respondent shall be an offence under this Act and shall be punishable with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 1 year or with fine which may extend to 20,000 rupees or with both. So under Section 31, the punishment is 1 year or 20,000 rupees. The offence under or both. Offence under subsection 1 shall, as far as practicable, be tried by the magistrate who had passed that order. Passed the order, the breach of which has been alleged to have been caused by that. That means the same magistrate will try as far as possible. That means if he has not been, say, transferred or retired, while framing charges under subsection 1, the magistrate may also frame charges under section 498 of the IPC, or that is cruelty, or any other provision of that code, or the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, as the case may be, if the facts show the commission of an offence under those provisions. So besides this Act, they may also, while framing the charges, they may include other sections also, if it is found. Then cognizance and proof. So notwithstanding anything contained in CRPC, the offence under subsection 1 of section 30 shall be cognizable and non-bailable. Cognizable means arrest without warrant from court, and non-bailable, that means no bail can be given except under 437. Upon the CRPC 437, upon the sole testimony of the aggrieved person, the court may conclude that an offence under subsection 1 of section 31 has been committed by the accused. So this is a special type of, say, evidence procedure we use, that the statement of the wife shall be relied on unless it is rebutted or contrary ruled by the husband. So the statement of the wife is given, say, more say weightage as far as the evidence is concerned. So under the sole testimony, why such type of provision is made? Because the presumption is that no wife would like her husband to go for jail, say that is criminal of under criminal offense, unless there is some reason related to this domestic violence. Okay, so that's why the presumption of law is made in this 32 subsection 2. So upon the sole testimony of the aggrieved person, the court may conclude that an offence under subsection 1 of section 31 has been committed by the accused. And as we have seen earlier in 31, there is this 1 year imprisonment is there. Penalty for not discharging duty by protection officer. So if any protection officer fails or refuses to discharge his duties as directed by the magistrate, this includes her, in the protection order without any sufficient cause, he shall be punished with imprisonment of either description for a term which may extend to 1 year, or with fine which may extend to 20,000 rupees, or with both. So same punishment as under 31 is under 33 also. Then 34, cognizance of offence committed by protection officer. No prosecution or other legal proceeding shall lie against the protection officer unless a complaint is filed with the previous sanction of the state government or an officer authorized by it in this manner. That means this protection is given, that the sanction from state government has to be obtained. This is say separate sanction. Similar provisions are there in CRPC 197 in section 19 of Prevention of Corruption Act. Similarly, here we have section 34. Protection of action taken in good faith. This is the third section in this act which gives this protection of action taken in good faith. So no suit, prosecution, or other legal proceeding shall lie against the protection officer for any damage caused or likely to be caused by anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done under this act, or any rule or order made thereunder. Act not in derogation of any other law. So the provisions of this act shall be in addition to and not in derogation of the provisions of any other law for the time being in force. And then we come to the last section. The power of central government to make rule. The central government may, by notification, make rules for carrying out the provisions of this act. In particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power, such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely, the qualifications and experience which a protection officer shall possess under subsection 2 of section 8. These have to be prescribed by rules. The terms and conditions of service of the protection officers and the other officers subordinate to him under subsection 3 of section 8. That is, protection officer and his staff. The form and manner in which a domestic incident report may be made under clause B of subsection 1 of section 9. The form and manner in which an application for protection order may be made to the magistrate under clause C of subsection 1 of section 9. The form in which a complaint is to be filed under clause D of subsection 1 of section 9. The other duties to be performed by the protection officer under clause I of section 1 of section 9. The rules regulating registration of service providers under subsection 1 of section 10. The form in which an application under subsection 1 of section 12 seeking relief under this act may be made, and the particulars which such application shall contain under subsection 3 of that section. That is how to make complaint to the magistrate. Form may be prescribed for that. The means of serving notices under subsection 1 of section 13. The form of declaration of service of notice to be made by the protection officer under subsection 2 of section 13. The qualifications and experience in counseling which a member of the service provider shall possess under subsection 1 of section 14. The form in which an affidavit may be filed by the aggrieved person under subsection 2 of section 23. Any other matter which has to be or may be prescribed. So that is the under section 37. And every rule made under this act shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before each House of Parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days from which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions. And if before the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive sessions aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the rule, or both houses agree that the rule should not be made, the rule shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So, however, that any such modification or amendment shall be made without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule. So, this is how the rules made by central government shall be laid before the Parliament. Lastly, there was one movie related to this, that is Thappad, related to domestic violence. So Taapsee Pannu acted a victim in that movie. Thappad Bas Itni Si Baat, that was released in 2020. So that's all about this Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, shortly called as DV Act 2005. So I hope the audience benefited from this. If there are any questions, I would like to answer those questions.
Yeah, very well presented. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself or you can share in chat box your observations, any comments related to session.
Any question from anybody related to these or say some other laws related to women? Civil or criminal?
If there are no queries as of now, then we can take it up later, or you can share your queries or observations in chat box. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your wonderful insights.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Center for Art, Sciences and Well-being for giving me an opportunity. Thanks to Dr. Ravindra for inviting me. There are some other topics also that are related to today's themes. So as far as nuclear is there, so we don't have separate law in India, but there is a CTBT, okay, Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. India is not a signatory to that, and even some other countries have not yet signed it, that is China and US, and it was found to be discriminatory. That means the treaty prevents the non-nuclear states against nuclear tests, but those who have already are in possession, for them there are no restrictions or any prohibition, and that's why many nations have not yet signed it, and even implementation of the international law is considered to be very difficult. So maybe on some other day or in some other session, we shall see about this CTBT, Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. There is also NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. So these are some international provisions, and maybe we shall see about that. there are also many different laws related to violence for about terrorism. We had already seen the last session, that is UAPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. As far as women are concerned, so there are many different laws, civil and criminal. So I hope that you will keep me inviting, and we shall consider this, the many different laws, civil as well as criminal, so that the audience may benefit and they will learn, say, at least one new law every week. So that type of legal training, we may say, where we are seeing the bare acts or the provisions as laid down by the parliament, and I am trying to explain that to the audience who may not be, say, familiar with legal language, or maybe even lost ones may understand it. So thank you very much, sir. Thanks to all the members of the audience also.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly pointed out, really you are doing a wonderful contribution to this series by providing legal awareness, especially. Every week we get to hear about a new act, and I mean, which we are not that familiar, or sometimes we are not aware of it also. Because this is also very much important. Being aware of what are our laws and acts and how we can benefit from them, how we can use them is more important. But most of the issues or lack of awareness is a major cause of poverty in the terms of not only just financial poverty but also educational poverty or literacy poverty, because lack of awareness always leads us to poverty. Maybe these sessions are always contributing to the awareness and literacy. Maybe as you rightly pointed out, legal literacy, legal awareness. It's a very wonderful opportunity you are taking out from your busy schedule and joining us and bringing awareness. Maybe I think this will be one of the highlights also of the series, that we are able to cover this legal awareness also part of this series. So that's a wonderful contribution from your side. And I hope everyone, the behalf of organizers and on the behalf of participants, we express our special thanks to you
Thank
and
you so much.
express our gratitude to you in putting all your efforts, sharing insights and knowledge. And we know it's not so easy to precise and concise such a big, huge loss and action to small presentation. It's the greatest challenge, I feel. But you are doing a wonderful job every time.
Yes, thank you, sir. Actually, ignorance of law is no excuse, and the law believes that all the citizens are aware of all laws, although that is not the fact. So that is one of the reasons why law should be studied by all. So ignorance of law is no excuse. The law presumes that everybody is aware of all the laws. For example, if somebody commits murder and says that I am not aware that murder is a crime, so the law does not excuse on that ground. And that is, I think, one of the first and the foremost reasons why everybody must be aware of all the laws. So I am trying to present, say, different acts with latest amendments as far as possible, and avoiding subordinate legislation as far as possible, because that makes it more detailed and say difficult to understand. So I'm trying to make it easy for everybody so that they can follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself or you can share in chat box. Then we shall
I'll
move
send the
on.
copy of presentation to you.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yes, sure.
Then kindly fill up the feedback form for this session, and then we'll move on to next sessions. Dear friends, quickly fill the feedback form for second session.
So actually, instead of the feedback form, it is showing the results. I think you may relaunch the correct form.
Yes, yes. Now is it visible, na, sir? Feedback form.
It is there, but it is not accepting. It is showing the results actually 0 of 5 participated. It is displaying the results actually 0%. It's not accepting the input.
Is
It's
it
not
showing
accepting the-
feedback for session 1, sir, or 2?
No, for 2. It is showing feedback for 2. And that's why it is showing all the figures at 0.
Just a second, sir. We'll try to rectify.
Actually, maybe you might have clicked on share result by mistake.
I have closed it. I am again open.
Yes, sir. Now the form is correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, now it's okay.
Yeah, dear friends, kindly fill up the feedback form for session 2 in the form of polls. Okay, so we will move on to our next session. You can continue filling up the feedback form. It will be there for some time. There are few more speakers in the afternoon session. They are yet to join. So in the meanwhile, I request whenever the speaker leave your details, topic and name and other things in the chat box so that I can invite you. And if any of the participants would like to present, just let me know so that I can invite you for presentation. So we'll move on to commemorations. Yesterday, because of time constraint, we couldn't complete the commemorations of yesterday's. So we will complete that today along with today's commemorations so that we'll save some time and also utilize this time for effectively till the next speakers join for the day. So let's move on to today's commemorations in the first place, and then we'll move on to extra, yesterday's one. So today we mark National Wildlife Day. This is based on US, so most of them are Western based. So America's marks National Wildlife Day. Ours is different, and we have already commemorated. And National Wildlife Day on September 4th is an opportunity for everyone to step back, take a deep breath, and think about all that surrounds us. It is inspiring to consider preservation and conservation efforts that work to improve the natural world. There remains so much to learn, as Henry David Thoreau once said or written, in wildness is the preservation of the world. We couldn't agree more. So let's take a closer look at the special day. So date backs to 1872, March 1st, President Ulysses S. Grant signed the law establishing Yellowstone as America's first national park and the first national park in the world. As per Western context. And in 1962, September 27th, American biologist and conservationist Rachel Carson published Silent Spring, documenting the adverse effects of pesticides on the environment. Is a boost for the environmentalist movement. And on December 28, 1973, the Endangered Species Act was passed. President Nixon signed a law protecting threatened species from extinction as a consequence of economic growth and development untempered by adequate concern and conservation. And in 2006, National Wildlife Day was born. Colin Peck created National Wildlife Day in the honor of late wildlife conservationist Steve Irwin, the famed crocodile hunter. So there are a lot of things that can be done today to create awareness and stay close to wildness or wildlife, that will help us to connect and reconnect back to the wildlife and nature, and support wildlife conservation groups, activists, natural habitats, and clean up the wildlife, wild or forests or, wildlife habitats, you know, so that, picking all the trash left behind by us when we visit them, the tourists, all sort of junk and trash. Find out when and where there will be at work and join them in cleaning up your, uh, uh, you know, nearest habitats. Don't go on yourself, just coordinate with the forest department or concerned authorities or the NGOs or activists who are organizing such groups, and you can join them for cleaning up. So as this is Western context and maybe we do not get such an opportunity, but yes, every Sunday we can coordinate with the locals nearby, or which is our in Vin City, some forest area or, wildlife area is there where we can take up some measures along with information to authorities so that they can also suggest some activities, or in communities, in institutions or organizations, we can create awareness through dissemination of information. And when we look at the facts, water supply never changes. The amount of water on earth remains constant and is continuously recycled over time. But, the composition of water changes due to human activity, and that may needs to be refined or purified to make it consumable. Like oceans have most of the water, and fresh water was there, 3%, 2.5 to 3% were the fresh water. But due to human activities, even that has come to 0.5% now, 0.5 to 1% hardly. As you know, the fresh water or the freshwater sources are glaciers. The northern pole, southern pole, Himalayas, all these glaciers are, the sources of fresh waters. But, due to global warming and this pollution, climate change, these glaciers are melting, and Arctic, Antarctic poles are also melting at a severe rate. And, the temperatures also have gone up in the poles, which was minus 20 plus, now have almost reached to zero level. It's a -1, -2 there. That lot of glaciers are melting and ice plates are melting out. It is, causing threat to many species which are, cannot survive in the water 24 hours, like polar bears, otters, seals. They cannot swim 24 by 7. They just lie down on these ice slates and uh, slabs. But otherwise, now they are getting melted, and they have no option other than to swim continuously 24 by 7 or die. Now, this is a kind of impact, do or die situation. And definitely, how long they can swim? No, it's not possible for anyone to swim 24 by 7. And they cannot migrate to other places also because of the climatic conditions they are used to. Again, it's so many species got extinct and many species are endangered, and a lot of species have already become in the process of are in the process of extinction. So and even the fresh water, which are stored in the form of snow and in the glaciers, which in the form of perennial life rivers like Ganga, which continuously supply fresh drinking water from glaciers and Himalayas and various other regions across the globe, are due to global warming, the formation of ice is getting affected, and the fresh water is also getting decreased. And also from the starting point of these rivers, they are getting polluted now. So that pollutants are making these rivers, worse in terms of supply of drinking water or irrigational facilities. So that is causing, and all these factors are contributing now that we hardly have any amount of pure drinking water left on the planet. That is hardly 0.3 to 0.5%. So what does that mean? What does that indicate? Soon we are going to face a huge water crisis, and we cannot consume any water directly. This is what we are going to end up. And whatever water we consume will have high amount of impurities that is going to impact not only us, but also all living beings on Earth, on the planet. So this is the kind of activities we have taken up, and today we ended up, there is no fresh air to breathe. Many cities, like in our capital city, also Delhi and some other places, you cannot live in without air purifiers inside. So we have polluted air, and the fresh air which is abundantly available is no more a fresh air, pure air. And water which is fresh, is no longer fresh, no longer possess that purity because of our human activities. And soil also got polluted. Now what is left? Forests are getting deforested for human habitations. Wildlife are being encroached, poached by us through human activities, and they are getting extinct. Because of their extinction, the mangroves and the forests are getting depleted because there is no protection, no safety for them. And the humans continue to, move on into the interiors of the forest and taking up a lot of human activities. Now the human-animal conflict or human-bird conflict, for that matter, killing more animals and birds in contact. So, the ecosystem, the biosphere, the biosystems, biodiversity is getting disturbed because of that lot of, population control in terms of, all this is a food chain. Each, God has created in such a way, has created such a species in itself to balance the entire planet, so that not a single species can overgrow other and create an imbalance. But I think, with this, our human intelligence, maybe if God has to confess, maybe he will confess that the notorious species or the criminal species that has been created would be the human beings. See, we have to coexist with the number of, among 8 billion species, we are just one species among them. And today, with our activity, and we have become threat to the entire 8 billion species. So what kind of people we are? What kind of species we are? When we look at it, the kind of activity we are taking up, the kind of, uh, uh, what kind of activities we are doing and what kind of impact we are creating, have to be very much analyzed, and we are putting ourselves in extinction. There is come true very soon. Very soon, we will not have pure air to breathe. We will not have pure water to drink. We will not have pure food to eat. And these three are very essential for survival of human beings. And not everyone can afford. Today, people are not able to afford to get food. And how do you think people will have to pay for everything? You need to wear somewhere around in past few years back, I saw some movie or an advertisement. I don't remember exactly. You know, that movie. I think movies. Many movies came up. I don't remember exactly. Maybe in coming days, whenever I get an opportunity, I will share with you. I saw where we have to wear masks even to come outside on homes where homes are entirely, fitted with these systems, where oxygen generator and air purifier systems and air control systems, which are closed, which are sealed so that atmospheric air or, outside air doesn't enter homes. So this is going to be a reality. Yes, one day this will come true because of the fact because of the activities that are being visible, that are being taken up by us. Definitely this one day we are going to face this. Now, how to prevent this? Okay, the way we are taking up our activities, I mean human activities, are causing so much havoc to the nature environment, and we have already reached beyond restoration. Then how would we go about preventing or at least minimizing the damage that is caused is the immediate concern for everyone. And we really need to work on these lines. Otherwise, uh, it's very difficult for us for the survival. And it's going to be a very tough time, very, very tough time for everyone. And nature also has to take its own course of action to protect itself. It cannot go on a spree of losing itself in the process. Now, what can be done? How this echo has been transformed into ego, and humans, instead of having an eco-friendly livelihood, have turned into egoistic, attitude towards the entire species on the living planet. Today, it is a great concern for the entire nature, entire planet today, because of these human activities. We are putting ourselves into more vulnerability, and these kind of human activities will always lead us to more you know uh, disasters. So what can be done to prevent these should be everyone's thought. So we will continue this after a session. We have with us one presentation, then we will move on to other commemorations like this. So we need a breather. Many of us are occasionally encouraged to think outside the box, but how often do we acknowledge that the box is more than a just mental construct? It's only our attitude. It's physical too. Nature and wildlife remind us that it's time to get outside. Go think beyond our mindsets. Go think beyond our scope, beyond our imagination, beyond our creativity, and think out of box to see now how we can restore, how we can minimize the disasters that we are creating. And we should admire wildlife creatures and the environments in which we live for a simple reason. They remind us that each of us is tasked with finding the right balance between ourselves and the world we inhabit. The world is not just for the human beings. The world is for entire billions of species. And if we are on the spree of taking over the entire world, and definitely that is where we have laid a foundation stone for our disaster and for our extinction. Today, we cannot survive in isolation. We are dependent on nature. We need air to breathe. We need water to quench our thirst. And we need food to meet our hunger, satisfy our hunger. And we need a planet, a place to live. And all these are under threat because of our science and modern science and technology, and because of our irrational use of unscientific, unrealistic, unfuturistic use of these science and technologies. And even if we say that it's not correct to blame the scientist or the modern science, then who is responsible for that? Definitely, these people are responsible, because before leaving such technological developments to the common people, is it not their responsibility to warn and come up frequently into the communities and say this is not what for which these technologies were intended for, and you are putting them into a wrong side, or you are using it for a wrong purpose. And as long as they are not coming into the communities, so definitely they have to take the blame of that for being the fathers of destruction. Because science is a double-edged sword. As we know, one side good can be done, and the same side even worse can be done with the same tools and technology. This is what nowadays is happening. So who is responsible? The creator is the responsible, because you have created it and you have left it. Even in the law also, maybe our Virendra Kumarji, when given an opportunity, he can also give a better explanation on that. So more than the person who does, but the person who motivates or encourages, or who gives the intention or serves the intention of a person committing a crime is more of I mean is more what we can say is eligible, or for the punishment. Maybe I have not put in right words, I feel so, but he is more punishable than the person who actually commits crimes. So now, if we take a free trial, then these modern scientists and technologists are the culprits for them, and they need to be put on trial because of their innovations and technological, they have come up and indiscriminately left this to the world without giving proper training, without bringing proper awareness to the world, and the world is using them against the nature, against the planet. So whose responsibility is that? And what kind of responsibility you have taken now? Now, you said that you have created poison and distributed the poison, and now it is the people who are dying, and I don't care. I'm not bothered, because poison is not intended to die, and people are consuming it because they are not aware it, and I'm not bothered about it. This is the most irresponsible, a response. Or, keeping silent is also letting people die by consuming poison. This is what the modern science and technologies have done, are doing. Now, it is their responsibility, in fact, to come up to organize more sessions. Maybe they have to use each and every platform, each and every opportunity to talk on these and to create awareness. You can't just sit in AC rooms or, in universities, laboratories and creating on and say, we have created and it's up to you to die. Like, uh, there is one saying in Telugu, maybe in Hindi also, but I am not able to recollect it. They say, Muhurtam Pettukunnamu, Tannukoni Chavandi annatuga, a Muhurat has set and it's, for you to get into fight. Like that, similarly, these modern so-called scientists have created and set a date for the disaster or for a series of marathon of disasters, and now people are following it and creating more and more disasters. Now, who is responsible for all this? Now, who is to be made accountable for all these things? Now, this is what, uh, is more important. See, when we talk about these things, it's not my responsibility, it's not your responsibility to create awareness. So it's the responsibility of the creator or the owner who has created the problem in the very first place. Why you people are not coming into the picture? Why you are not creating awareness? Because when you accept your mistake, when you accept your blunder, you no longer will be there in the society. You will lose your name, fame, and all those things. Now, people will recognize you as a traitors of the nation, of the planet, of the environment, because you have created such a thing. Is it that thought that is preventing you all to come in front of the public or to create awareness? Or it's your genuineness, or it's your humility, it's your down-to-earth nature that needs to be promoted to come in front of, say, of public, or come in front of everyone and say, this is not the technology intended for, or this is not the technology to be used in such a way. This was intended for such a purpose, and now it is being used, or it is being exploited, or it is being, misused for a different purpose, or it is being abused so that the resources are getting affected, depleted. The climate is changing, the environment is changing, nature is changing its course of action, and it is striking back, warning us and telling us what you are doing is not right. And the corrective measures are just for the sake of preaching and not being actually practicing. So what all these measures, initiatives are going towards? When you are creating, like, entire movie, you will be showing a person drinking, smoking and whatnot, engaging in all sorts of sexual abuse, violence. And in the last 5 minutes of the 3 hours movie, you will show that he has transformed into sage, and he will give a message that renounce all this drinking, smoking and all, and you become a good person. Will it change? Entire 2 hours 50 minutes you are showing how you are glorifying all these acts of smoking, drinking, abusing women, girls, and engaging in prostitution, all such nonsense. And in the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes of climax, you say that person got the enlightenment, and that person says that, no, what I have done is wrong, and that too in a very low pace and a very boring tone, and says, this is, and you all follow that. And which one will people take it? That 2 hours 50 minutes video of glorified and all those things, or just the climax 5 minutes or so with the boring tone? And this is what the modern science is doing. You have done all the blunders, all the mistakes, and now you say, no, it is your responsibility. You are misusing it. And we are not responsible because we have created for a different purpose and you are using it for a different purpose. But in the very first place, today we are talking about nuclear, nuclear free world. In the very first place, who created these? These scientists have created these nuclear bombs. And we have seen evidence of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. They lost their control. They want to, in desperate power, and they want to put an end, and even at the cost of humanity, no matter how many cities may get destroyed, how many lives may go, may be lost also, not bothered, just drop an atom bomb on the city and threaten the entire world that what we can do if you don't listen to me. This is what entire world is afraid of. Why we are not signing, or why countries are not coming forward to sign the CTBT, is this fear because of the past, that what these countries have done to Japan. And there is every possibility the same can repeat. Can anyone guarantee that this will not be repeated? This constant fear of the same thing to be repeated in the present and future is putting other countries also into the race and not dismantling. See, the very purpose of intent of, going nuclear free world is to immediately dismantle all the warheads, nuclear warheads, and, and also these testing stations and everything, so that you spread a clear message across the world that we are going nuclear free, and no weapon, or for that matter, no facility will now promote the nuclear weapons. Of course, nuclear energy is there. That's, in spite of lot of uh, uh, radiation effects and all other things are there, but that's okay for to meet these population demands and huge energy requirements. Yesterday also we were talking, day before yesterday, because of these unnecessary celebrations like New Year, which has no significance at all. And we are lighting up entire world with lights. How much of energy is wasted? And how do we create? That energy doesn't come from free. You use hydel energy, thermal energy, nuclear energy, all this so-called energy is being used on to lit up these lights everywhere across the world for no reason. How much of energy is wasted? Otherwise could be used for other purpose, So this irrational, illogical thinking mindsets of our human activities are causing so much. And have you ever thought of it? We are celebrating Earth Hour, 1 hour we are requested to switch off all the lights. But is it not stupidity that the entire 24 hours or for entire week you are celebrating Happy New Year, saying, and you are wasting a lot of energy, and like a stupid you are asking people to shut down for 1 hour and celebrate an Earth Hour? How do you justify these acts among these two acts? Instead, you give a call. Instead, you give a, you make a stand that we will not celebrate New Year across the world. That itself will save, that is equivalent to 1 year, 365 days of Earth Hour. Now, where your logic has gone, where your reasoning has gone now. Now, this is what actually people preach but don't practice. This is what happens, when there is a huge, vast difference between what they teach and what they practice. So instead of practicing, following one Earth Hour, shutting down all the appliances, switching off, You better switch off this one-day celebration. No lights, no fireworks. One day you give holiday, no problem. Let everyone sit. Let everyone have only one bulb or one fan. There no ACs on that day. Let's stay with one bulb and open all the windows, stay outdoors, or have a minimal. Instead of consuming 100%, you try to minimize till 10% or 1%. That will be the greatest contribution you give. And you call for entire world celebrations, and entire world is lighting up day and night 24/7, for the day, for that week, and you call on for Earth Hour, and both are paradoxical. And what kind of message we are giving to the young generations and upcoming generations? What they will think of us? See, these fools, they follow 1 hour of Earth Hour in 1 year, and they consume this entire, they waste this energy resource for entire world is lit up for 1 day, which has no significance at all, boozing all the day, creating so many accidents, spoiling their health. What is that we are trying to achieve on that day? Lot of energy, renewable resources, and non-renewable resources are being put to their fate, and we are wasting lot of energy resources. Can we not conserve them for other valid purposes? So we need to look at all these aspects. Without considering these, can we say that we are doing something good to the society? And this Wildlife Day today, especially in the US context, should also remind us of the alarming numbers of endangered animals and habitats, and it should encourage us to advocate for preservation and conservation efforts. What we are doing today, we are not bothered about what we have to do, or even what we can do for that matter. At least if we organize one event also, we don't have time for these events also to attend and encourage, come together, share our experiences also. Not only today we are just an NGO, or we are just an activist who are trying to create an awareness within our own capacity and limitations. But where are the organizations who are dedicated, who are being funded crores and crores of rupees, lakhs and lakhs of rupees? Is not their responsibility to take up and conduct, instead of criticizing someone who is already doing that? Now, where is your responsibility? That's why it always says, when you are pointing one finger to others, the other 3 fingers are pointing to you, and one finger is pointing upwards. So this is what the world has to stop preaching and start practicing. Before we tell something, we should show them. We should show how we are practicing, how we are implementing, so that they can also follow it. So this is kind of mindset change or attitudinal change that is required. Otherwise, what is the use? What is the use of having so much of sessions, organizing so much of now we see every nook and corner there is a conference, every nook and corner lots of trash is being published. What you will do with that after you become extinction? What we will do? This is now the pandemic of publishing is going on everywhere. With this COVID, the pandemic of webinars started, and now the pandemic of publishing is going on. The pandemic of IP is going on. There's nothing wrong. Okay, you can go ahead. Even in fact, everyone should be encouraged, because that intellectual property, a lot of things are required very much. But whether we are really doing it for the sake of betterment of humankind, or just for the sake of creating records or setting records just for the sake of documentation. That is what really required. Otherwise, as long as, you are not contributing really, there is no point. There is no point in, discussing. There is no point in disseminating. There is no point in these publishing. What we'll do today, lot of people are publishing. I get even 100 mails daily. We are creating this book, and kindly be author, kindly contribute an article, kindly contribute a chapter, or kindly present a paper. What we will do with all this, even for that matter, if I sit 24/7, that on pen, I can publish thousands of papers. But what would be the purpose of doing all these things? Who is going to read in the very first place? People don't have that much time to read books. Now more books are published, more papers are published, more articles are published, and no one is willing to read them. And a lot of content is being created on YouTube, or a lot of social media platforms, or a lot of live streaming platforms. But who is going to watch it really? Who is having time to do this? The people who are working, they don't have time. And those who are watching, they don't have time to work. And there is no outcome at the end of the day, because you need to have a balance. At least to some extent, we are doing as well as we are doing. I mean, some of us, not all of us, but some of us are actually doing both. We are also teaching, and we are also practicing, we are also preaching. Similar way, many others are also doing it. That is a little bit of constructive work that is happening. And thanks that people, kind-hearted people like you, compassionate people like you, empathic people are like you and us are, attending sessions and, learning, exchanging information, so that we know where at least we can implement, at least 1% of it can, if it is implemented or awareness is created, that will make a significant difference. So why this is not happening? Why people are not, when we have these media houses, how many media houses are focusing on creating? Everyone is talking of climate change. You see lots of soaps, serials, marathon serials, that is running into thousands of episodes. Can we not run these climate change videos, series of videos, even in terms of, even in serials, can we not bring on these concepts and start discussing? Is that more important? Is this more important? Of course, both are equally important, because both has its own, purpose or objective. Because that purpose is purely entertainment, and this purpose is purely to have a multi-dimensional effect. So how we are going to really balance it? So we need to really think of it, how we can go about it. So we will continue this session maybe after the presentation, because speaker is joined and is waiting. So let's invite, and then after this session, we'll move on. So we have with us our next speaker. He is Deepak Bhai Bachubai Melajia. Sorry if I couldn't spell it right. He's a research scholar from Rai University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. He would be presenting on a study of achievement of grade 9 student in the context of multiple intelligence. So Deepak ji, you can unmute yourself and you can start your video and start your presentation. Deepak, can you hear me? Deepak? Yeah, you can unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself. You can start your video and start your presentation. You have been made co-host. You have raised your hand, but you are not unmuting. You are not starting video. Any technical issue? Maybe you can join back again and check. Okay. In the meanwhile, the presenter join backs. There is a small announcement to all of us. Tomorrow, we know, we all of us know, we are celebrating Teachers' Day. And, if any of you or your colleagues would like to present on Teachers' Day, tomorrow it will be from 6 o'clock. So depending on the number of speakers, we can extend. We will extend. Otherwise, we can conclude in 6 to 8. So do let me know if you are willing to present something on some topic or some message on Teachers' Day. We'll be happy to accommodate you. You have my contact number. You can WhatsApp me your details so that we can schedule your presentation for tomorrow. So from tomorrow 6 o'clock onwards till 8 as usual. We'll see if the number of speakers are more, presenters are more, we'll extend. Otherwise, we shall conclude within time. So this is wonderful opportunity for everyone. If you are interested, do let me know in WhatsApp or now also in chat box in this platform, so that we can schedule. Yeah, Deepak, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
You can start your video and presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
First, I were very thankful, Dr. Ravindra, sir.
We cannot see you. We cannot see your video or PPT, ma.
Yes, sir. I explained.
You can start your video, and also if you have any PPT, you can show it. Do you have any PPT?
No, sir. I have a PDF file to the display.
You can share that PDF file. Are you familiar with the procedure, ma?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, you can click on share screen and show the PDF file.
Yes, sir. So first time in Zoom meeting and the presentation. So
Okay, no
I
problem. That's why I was
fine.
asking you whether you are aware of it or not. You can click on share screen button.
Yes, sir.
Are you using a mobile or laptop, ma?
Sir, mobile.
Okay.
Share Google, Microsoft Drive. So my screen display. Display screen.
Not yet, ma.
Nope.
No.
Sir, I have speak.
Okay, ma. You can start your video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you can continue.
First of all, I have special thanks for Dr. Ravindra sir, and he gave me a great opportunity this international seminar. So first of all, thanks for sir. And I have a study in Gujarati, and I am a PhD scholar, research scholar, and I have a government teacher in higher secondary school, Grandi Vidya High School, Ahmedabad in Gujarat. I am PhD scholar in Rai University, Ahmedabad in Gujarat. My research paper and I study in Gujarati, but I seminar attend. My research paper is convert to Gujarati, translate to Gujarati to English. So I first the study to achievement for grade 9th student in the context of multiple intelligence. My research paper is standard 9. His multiple intelligence and his school achievements grade या फिर उनका between the higher higher multiple intelligence and lower literacy. In present release, I have prepared the small multiple intelligence test for the student of grade 9. The main object of the me was study to effect multiple intelligence and achievement of standard 9. The research is choose 282 student for grade 9 in small in some school of Ahmedabad city. The student were give the multiple test and considered by the me and score were obtained. The their complete the compares their preview class 8 achievement between the student of high multiple intelligence and lower multiple intelligence. they checked the effect of multiple intelligence. Key test was performed. First of all, the introduction. Uh, the principle of multiple intelligence was first given by Howard Gardner in 1983. According to Gardner, the intelligence is not a single democratic ability of the human being, but it is a different ability. For example, logical, body smart, musical, etc. The Howard Gardner intelligence is 8 different types. That's way the collect multiple intelligence. The present research I has conduct a small multiple intelligence test and studies is effective on achievement of secondary schools students. Uh, First of all, the multiple intelligence. The multiple intelligence conducted by Howard Gardner in 1983 in his book, Farmer of Mind, The Theory of Multiple Intelligence. Howard Gardner, 8 types of intelligence in the human being. Therefore, is one languages intelligence. Uh, this is the world smart, logical and mathematics intelligence, number and reasoning smart, spatial intelligence, any picture smart, uh, body and colors intelligence, any body smart, musical intelligence, any music smart, uh, interpersonal intelligence, people smart, intrapersonal intelligence, self smart, and neutral intelligence, any nature smart. Uh, Objective of the study. The study is achievements of student of grade 9 in the contents of multiple intelligence. Variable of this study, the independence variable. Multiple intelligence is independent variable of the study. There are 2 categories of multiple intelligence: high multiple intelligence, low multiple intelligence, and dependent variable. The score of multiple intelligence is dependent variable of the study. I have some hypotheses, 5 hypotheses of the study. There is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test of students having higher and lower multiple intelligence of grade 9. Second is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test body and boys and girls having higher multiple intelligence of grade 9. Third is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test of body and girls having lower multiple intelligence of grade 9. Fourth is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test of boys having higher and lower intelligence test of grade 9. And fifth is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test of girls having higher and lower intelligence test for grade 9. Next is important of the study. This study will help student and teacher to understand the effect of multiple intelligence on scholastic achievement of student. The students, teachers, and parents can understand the importance of intelligence. The teachers and educators can understand the importance of curriculum activities which improve in intelligences of the student. Limitations of this study. This study was conducted on the student of grade 9 studying school of Ahmedabad city. I has used a self-conduct multiple intelligence test for this study. In present study 2, consider multiple intelligence test. The problem regarding languages intelligence, mathematical intelligence, interpersonal and intraperson are used. However, Gardner the 8 intelligence explain where I have a 4 intelligences this study. research method. Uh, the, re- the research method is survey methods in the study. Population of this study. I has performed the study on the student of grade 9 of Ahmedabad city. Therefore, the student study in grade 9 of School of Ahmedabad city was the population of this study. Sample of this study. I have recommended selected 5 different school of Ahmedabad city. The students study in the school were taken as some sample of the study. Therefore, the cluster sampling technique was used selection of student. The sample of this study is 5 schools total. Boys is 161, girls is 121, or total 282 students for grade 9 is sample. Tools of this study: the multiple intelligence tests, self-conduct, and achievement test preview years standard 9 for the student. Uh, Conduct of the tool. I have conduct multiple intelligence test for the student of grade 9. The test has 30 multiple choice question, each having 4 response. I have used 4 different type of intelligence question on conduct the test. There is type of 1 languages intelligence, logical mathematical intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, and interpersonal intelligence. Data collection is the take permission from the principal in each school to perform the study as per time given by the principal. The research give multiple intelligence test of the student before given the tool. I give all instruction regarding how to respond to this item of the test. The student given 30 minutes to complete this test. After complete the test, tool or answer a sheet for the student. The data collection was classified and properly to place of the research. This data was used future statistic analysis and statistic method of analysis. I has performed a t-test to check hypothesis. Testing of hypothesis. First of all, once there is no significant difference between mean score obtained the achievement grade test of student having higher and lower multiple intelligence grade 9. This t-test value is 114.56 and is standard deviation is 16.82. High and lower is standard deviation 16.52, and t value is degree of freedom 280, 0.05 or 0.001, 0.005 is 1.97, and 0.001 2.59. So calculate t value is calculate t value is more than table value at both the level. Therefore, yani high and low level. So therefore, a hypothesis is rejected from the mean score of student. It is said that achievement of student having high multiple intelligence in higher than the student having low multiple intelligence. And the second hypothesis is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained the achievement test of boys and girls having higher multiple intelligence grade 9. Thrown about the multiple intelligences are 66.49 and 663.96. The value of standard of error of deviation is 2.98, and calculated t value is 1.17. For degree of freedom 128, table value are 1.98 is 0.05 and 2.68 as 0.01 level. Calculator t value is less than table t value and both level. boys and girls. Therefore, hypothesis is not rejected. Therefore, there is no difference between scholastic achievement of boys and girls having high multiple intelligence. The third hypothesis is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test of boys and girls having lower multiple intelligence grade 9. Uh, these multiple intelligence are 436.16 and 429.41 respectively. The value of standard error of the deviation of 2.49 and the calculated t value is 2.89 for degree of freedom 150. Table value are 1.98 is 0.05 and 2.61 is 0.01 level. Calculated t value is more than table t value as both the level, yani boys and girls. Therefore, hypothesis rejected. For the mean score of boy and girls having low multiple intelligence, it is said that achievement of the boys for having low multiple intelligence in higher than the girls having low multiple intelligence. Fourth hypothesis is there is no significant difference between mean score obtained the achievement test of boys having higher and lower intelligence test of grade 9. Uh, Means for boys having high and low multiple intelligence are 0.49 and 439 436.60 respectively. The value of standard deviation of 2.55. Calculated t value is 87.70 for degree of freedom 159. Table t value are 1.97 is 0.05 and 2.61 is 0.01 level. Calculate t value is more than table t value are both the level. Therefore, hypothesis is rejected. From the means score of boy having high and low multiple intelligence, it is said that achievement of boys having high multiple intelligence higher than the boys having low multiple intelligence. And five, hypothesis, there is no significant difference between mean score obtained in achievement test of girls having higher and lower intelligence test for grade. The multiple intelligence are high is 6.96 and low is 429.41. The table value standard deviation of the 2.92 calculated value is 80.23 for degree of freedom 119. Table t value are 1.98 and 2.61 at 0.05 and 0.01 level. Calculate t value is more than table t value at both the level. Therefore, hypothesis is rejected. For the mean score of girls having high and low multiple intelligence is it is said that achievement of girls having high multiple intelligence is higher than the girls having low multiple intelligence. Finding of this study, scholastic achievement of the student having the high multiple intelligence in higher than the scholastic achievement of the student having low multiple intelligence. There is no difference between scholastic achievement of boys and girls having high multiple intelligence. There is no difference between scholastic achievement of boys and girls having low multiple intelligence. Scholastic achievement of the boys having high multiple intelligence is then the scholastic achievement of the boy having low multiple intelligence. Scholastic achievement of the girls having high multiple intelligence is higher than the scholastic achievement of the girls having the low multiple intelligence. Conclusion is for the study, it can be said that the multiple intelligence play a key role on scholastic achievement of student of secondary school. in the study was also we related the gender did not affect multiple literacy. Our boys and girls can acquire almost same multiple intelligence score. Uh, thank you, sir. Sir, I research paper in Gujarati. I translate in English. So I better try into this paper is presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very well presented. Maybe I think there is some language barrier.
Thank you, sir.
Otherwise, yeah, often this is quite common. We have
Sir,
this.
sir, I study in Gujarati medium, Gujarati medium, and I have MPhil overall Gujarati medium. Sorry, sir. So I have first time in English presentation.
That is why we need to appreciate our present Prime Minister's, initiative with this new education policy. No? We can now promote each other's mother tongue language, because
Yes.
this language barrier is creating a lot of professionals who are not able to use English language. Now they are lagging behind. So
Yes,
this
sir.
is a very good opportunity. So everyone get, but the only challenge here is not everyone is
Yes.
aware, knows that language. Again, that is a barrier. Only those
Thank you,
people
sir.
who know Gujarati or Tamil or Telugu, Kannada or Marathi can only understand that language. Others, it is difficult for them. Other than
Right.
that, it's a very well presented. And we wish you all the success. I mean, always we all have a very good scope for development, improving ourselves.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Wish you all the success, and look forward for more presentations from your colleagues and you in future.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, Mary ma'am.
Hi, sir, you're there? Hi, sir. You have done very good presentation, sir. It's very informative and very knowledgeable, and all the best, sir, for next session, and all the best for your life also.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, kindly fill up. Kindly fill up the feedback form for this session. Then we will move on to next session. I'm raising the poll. Quickly fill up the feedback. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form, and we will move on to our next speaker. I can see one participant with name Redmi. Can you rename yourself, or can you share your name in chat box so that I can rename? Because attendance is automatically tracked by Zoom, so it will be easy to map your attendance. read me in the participant list. I can see one. You can share your name in the chat box so that I can rename. Dr. Iltiza Begum. Okay. So next presenter would be Dr. Iltiza Begum. She would be presenting on impact of COVID-19 on education. Is it today or tomorrow? You can respond in chat, ma'am. Would you like to present it today? Okay, now, okay. Okay, you can then be prepared. After this feedback form, I will invite you. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Still, some of our friends need to fill up the feedback form. So in the meanwhile, I would take up one more commemoration, and then we will invite our next speaker. So by the time, I request everyone to complete the feedback form. So today is one more day, one more commemoration. That is National Macadamia Nut Day. It sounds like academia. Macadamia Nut Day that we are celebrating. This is basically from Australia. It is an underrated gem, macadamia nuts. This country is mostly known for its wildlife and beautiful landscapes, as we all know, especially when we talk about Australia, it's a synonym for kangaroos, Yeah, even we can see because today is also Wildlife Day, lot of kangaroo population has grown, and we have seen where kangaroos were killed also, because they were everywhere in Australia. So, this is what happens when we disturb the nature and the wildlife. Now, the ecosystem gets disturbed, and like human beings are overpopulated. When the species are, when we strike out the balance between the species, some species will go because their predator species no longer exist, or they have already become extinct, and there is no control mechanism. So anyway, that's a different story. But, it is also home for glorious macadamia nut. So macadamia trees are native to Australia and are classified as a tree type that consists of 4 species, each able to produce edible nuts. For this reason, the tree is now grown in different regions of the world, and the macadamia nut is also known as Queensland's nut, or the Maruchi nut, or the Bauple nut. Rare as they are, macadamia nuts are highly sought after in the culinary world. When it comes to desirability, the most popular name on the list is the white chocolate macadamia nut cookie, which is without a doubt one of the finest cookies created after the chocolate chip cookie. So macadamia nut trees were first discovered by native Aborigines in the rainforest of Australia some thousands of years ago. By textbook date, the nut was introduced in Europe by Alan Cunningham in 1828. Although at that time it had no name, it would take another 29 years for the Australian nut to be named after Scottish-Austrian chemist John Macadam. And in 1882, macadamia trees were planted in Hawaii to shield sugarcane from the wind. But the trees weren't fully cultivated until 1888. The nuts from the trees were an instant hit among the locals, leading to the establishment of nut industry. So and in these nuts from the trees were an instant hit among the locals, leading to establishment of the nut industry. So in brief, macadamia trees were introduced and used as windbreakers in Hawaii in 1882, Aloha, and in 1890, macadamias are brought to Honolulu from the Australian state of Tasmania, and it became a macadamia craze, and everywhere they started, planting these and harvesting these nuts. And the first commercial orchards of macadamias are planted in Hawaii in a very big way in 1921. And Australia surpasses the United States as major producer of macadamias in 1997. So this has become a largest producer. We have a separate day commemorating as National Nuts Day on October 22nd. And these nuts are produced in large, and the largest producers of the world are Australia, South Africa, and US. And macadamia nuts are so expensive because of the slow harvesting process, and it takes time to cultivate and grow macadamia nuts is the reason for its high pricing. And it is like generally roasted macadamia nuts, and the snacks are with the chocolate or without chocolate are widely popularly known to be consumed. And these can be used in several ways, can be roasted or used for making butter or nut milk, cream oil, nut flour, or can be covered in chocolate for sweet kick, and many ways. Farmers in Australia work extensively hard to cultivate macadamia, and it's a very interesting process to learn from, yeah, just a second. Because it's, it takes a lot of time and efforts. And a single macadamia trees can produce nuts for over hundreds of years. So it's just one time sowing of the seed or sapling, and it gives or yield for hundreds of years. And these are toxic to dogs. So dogs are toxic, so this should not be fed to dogs. And these are very rich in carbohydrates and proteins, have a high iron, potassium, and calcium content. And they are also used as in cosmetics, as these macadamia nut oil is also found in cosmetics and other skincare products because of its oxidative stability. And they are also known for, monosaturated fats. It boosts metabolism and reduce the risk of heart disease. And there is no diet that is not compatible with nuts. There is vegan diet, low carb diets, or keto. Nuts are always useful. And other than tasty snacks, nuts have become cherry top on many savory and sweet dishes also. So anything has to be consumed in appropriate manner, appropriate way, in a limited quantity. Otherwise, the same can be a poison for us. For that matter, anything. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration. And, we will move on to another commemoration, and then we will be done with today's commemoration, and we will invite the next speaker. So another commemoration today is National Pet Rock Day. So every first Sunday in September marks National Pet Rock Day. And for those who don't know what they are or what rock you have been hiding under, not a pet rock for sure. Pet rocks are extraordinary pets adopted by hundreds across the country. You might wonder why someone would keep a rock as a pet, right? Well, think about it. Rocks don't need any grooming. They don't require visits to vet, and they don't eat, never get sick, and best of all, they never die. Amazing, right? Yeah. So this pet rock was created by advertising executive Gary Dell in April 1975. So each rock is a smooth stone picked up from Mexico's Rosarito Beach. It was sold in a custom-made cardboard box, complete with breathing holes and a straw. Die cutting and manufacturing card boxes representing the biggest production expense for Dell. So the stones were regarded as live pets and were marketed as such. Actually, these are not live stones, but it was marketed. It was a marketing strategy or a campaign. No? In April 1975. And the inspiration behind this strange creation came from the complaints from Dell's friends about stress of caring for their pets. Their friends, his friends, they were sharing stories for caring their pets. So this gave a rise to one crazy idea. How about having some pets where we don't need to really care for them? So with this crazy idea, it came up during a discussion in a bar. Dell joked about keeping a rock as a pet. After there is also one famous quote or a saying, whenever people get drunk, they always talk about talk facts and truth. Humorously, not always true, may not be true. I don't know. I never drank, so maybe who is drinking should comment on that. So he emphasized that the fact that rocks don't require walking, feeding, treatment, or other necessities a live pet demands. So it does, like a pet demands so many things, But these rocks doesn't require any of this. So Dell, however, didn't stop at just wisecracking. He did one better. He went on to write a pet rock instruction manual also. See the craziness, which included jokes and gags about how to care for the rock. The instruction manual was a popular addition to the pet rock itself, showcasing Dell's amazing sense of humor. The pet rock fad came to an end after a side boom in sales during the festive seasons of 1975. And Gareth Dell made a tidy profit selling over 1 million pet rocks before the eventual discontinuation in February 1976. At this time, each rock was sold for $4. You know how crazy is that? Is the power of advertising or marketing. You know, you can sell anything, even for that matter, rocks, that too for $4. You're selling a rock which is available for free on beach. You picked up, pack it, and sell in the form of rock pet. My goodness. Making it one of the most fascinating discontinuation marketing schemes ever. Right? So smart. If you were able to consider the $4, $4 in the context of today's prices, this is not now. In 1976, each person would have to shell out $18 per each per pet rock. No, if it was now selling, we could have spent at least $18 for such a pet rock, which is available freely, abundantly in beaches. That's the power of marketing, you know. And he made a huge tide of profits. So thanks to this is one of the we can take, especially communication professionals who is in media journalism. This is a quite interesting strategy, marketing strategy, and that worked very well, but though for a short time. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration. They may be just rocks, but pet rocks do get bored from time to time. So situate your pet rock in a spot with the view of TV. They do prefer a natural channel. Huh? Might be crazy, right? They don't have feelings. In fact, they are not living beings. But we do have emotions. That emotions carry those feelings on them. We transfer our emotions and feelings on them. That's why we care for them. And a pet rock is an excellent pet. It can clean itself. It can get, if it gets enough sunlight, a few minutes in heat, eliminates dirt and sanitizes the rock surface. So you get to save on soap and even water bills, since it doesn't need baths like other pets. You know, whenever there is raining, whenever there is shining of sun, you keep it, or you place in such a way that it gets automatically cleaned by the nature. And pet rocks are notoriously fond of pea gravel. You know what? Do pet rocks eat? Word is they love quarts of milk even more. So when it comes in a mason jar, that means when you fill up with the pea gravel or when you fill up with the quarts of milk, it looks better. The greatest news is they are picky eaters, so you never run out of food. This is a humor. They don't really eat. Okay. So that's all for this day's commemoration. And the pet rock has become a sensation after it appeared on the Tonight Show in 1975. And the humorous degrees also for pet rocks, Gary Dahl has crafted humorous degrees also for pet rocks. And would you like to know what was the cost for the degrees? $3 for bachelor's degree and $10 for a PhD. Let's see just the craziness of that person, and there was huge people lining up for that, thanks to his crazy idea. That's the power of marketing. And the instruction manual for a pet rock, as we already discussed, included training puns and jokes, including teaching your pet to attack. My goodness. So there were rock boot camps organized, to teach this. And country singer Bill Pinio wrote a song dedicated to his son Love for his pet rock ballads. Wow, great. This is the power of marketing. Once again, thanks to Gary Dell, for making fool of people or fun of people, or at least for the fun of rocks. Anyway, he made very good amount of people. He is true advertiser. We need to appreciate him for that matter. Anyway, hope everyone had some quick laugh, humor, enjoyed humor. Then we'll move on to our next session. Yeah, so we can go ahead with Dr. Iltisa Begum. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself and make a quick introduction of yourself, and then go on with your topic, impact of COVID-19 on education. So I'm making you co-host. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself, start your video, and start your presentation. Over to you for your session.
So I'm not able to share because there is some poll showing feedback form for third session.
Okay, let me check. Hope everyone has filled the feedback form so that we can close it, or you can minimize it, not an issue. Okay, leave it. You have closed it.
Okay. Am I visible, sir?
Yeah, please cut.
I hope my screen is also visible.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Iltisa. I'm working as a senior coordinator in Pallavi International School, Hyderabad. And basically, I'm from Orissa. I'm born and brought up and educated in Bhubaneswar, the city of Bhubaneswar. And I have completed my PhD from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar also. So I'm going to present on the topic impact of COVID-19 on education. So basically, when we talk about education, we come across a very powerful quotation by Nelson Mandela, who said that education is the most powerful weapon that can change the world. It not only spreads awareness, but also makes the person gain knowledge on what is wrong and right, what is good and bad, needed or not needed, etc. And it helps in changing the lifestyles and understanding of life. Education before COVID-19 pandemic was limited to school, to zone, region, or to country specific. There were many teachers who refused to even look at technology and online classes as it were not acceptable. And I still remember certain advertisements saying that teachers or candidates who have taken admission in B.Ed from long distance or a distance college are not eligible for the post of teaching. So there were certain things which were not acceptable now. But the best thing that the pandemic has done for students and the schools across the world is the radical change in the teaching methodology. Now our teaching methodology is blended with technology. It forces our teachers to grab technical and digital knowledge. The sudden closure of campuses as a social distancing measure to prevent community transmission has shifted face-to-face classes to online learning systems and the use of online software. This has thrown the focus of utilizing e-learning tools and platforms for effective study engagement, which may have limitations of accessibility and affordability for many students. The pandemic has exposed the shortcomings of the current higher education system as well, and the need for more training for the educators in the digital technology to adapt to the rapid changing education climate of the world. In the post-pandemic situation, the use of e-learning and virtual education have become an integral part of the higher education system. Now, the higher education institutions and university need to plan the post-pandemic education and research strategy to ensure student learning outcome and standards of educational qualities. Those who refuse to learn new technology, they have no place in our new educational system now. So technology has revolutionized the transportation, markets, communication, healthcare, and many more. It has also brought changes in the Department of Education all in itself. Education that was isolated to classroom teaching only now has brought into the bedrooms or to the reaches of every homes of the student. The parents who had doubts in what the child is learning is now understands the way that knowledge is imparted to students with the help of technology. So previously the teachers were being asked questions like, we don't know what you are teaching in the class. We don't know whether the syllabus has been completed or not. We are not sure what you have been giving as homework, because the record is only given, but my child is not producing any such things. So we have an opportunity of showing now with the live classes which goes on in our classes. So what was the situation of education before pandemic? So education in India was given much priority even before pandemic. However, it was limited to specific areas. So it was done only in school. So students who did not go to school in a particular day missed out on much of the things. But now with blended and with hybrid classes, those children can get both the help of online and offline classes. So students can go for an online class. And now after during the pandemic era, the world awoke to a new reason, a new way of contacting or to start with an online classes. When social distancing, homestay, and stay safe were the new phenomena of the society, the schools and university had to close down to respond to the needs. It was facing lockdowns everywhere, and it affected almost 300 million children and also university going students. And when we look at our teachers' elasticity, okay, so we found that now, instead of using chalks, blackboard, books, classroom teaching, the teaching was taken digitally. So now instead of physical classrooms, their online classrooms started. Radio programs and video lectures were there from beginning. We could see YouTubes before the online before this outbreak of COVID also. But still now it has changed. It has really gone to a professional training level, and almost everything about the old education was now changed. The timing of now, this was also the timing of the inauguration of the new education policy, which emphasized on the digitalization of education. So this brought about a layer of changes, and these changes which were previously thought to be temporary, because we thought that lockdown is only there for 1 or 2 months. but it continued for more than almost more than 2 years. And still we cannot say that pandemic is completely over, because somewhere or the other we hear that the cases are still rising. The COVID cases are still on a rise in many states even today. So this brought in a new kind of normalcy. So what is the new normalcy now? So we are maintaining distance, we are staying at home, we are avoiding physical contact, okay? However, we are also focusing on e-learning tools. Yes, Dr. Ravindra has rightly said that now the webinars are sprouting everywhere. Every day we see a number of webinars being held, but the productivity is less. The productivity is less because the people who are participating in it are only few limited people who are focused on their growth, on their career growth, on their scholarly growth. Okay, so because of this, there is a limitation, but still we have got this opportunity to come to this platform, and we must be thankful to this platform through the e-learning tool or through this digital world only. So the face-to-face classrooms which were there before have now given way to blended and hybrid classrooms. So online classes combined with Google Classrooms have enabled teachers and students to use different web resources, and this has actually benefited many people. In the post-COVID world also, education and technology has revolutionized. It has brought about the isolated classroom teaching face-to-face with the others. Now the parents can easily monitor what the child is learning, and if there is any kind of gap, they can certainly feed in. Okay, so there is this using technology in the classroom has actually increased the potential. It has increased the student motivation, and it has also increased the social interaction. But when I'm talking about these things, we are only talking about social interaction in the digitally. Okay, we are still maintaining distance with our neighbors. We are not talking to our neighbors next door. We are maintaining that much of distance. So positive outcomes and negative outcomes are there. Okay, student learning may have enhanced. Now we are able to be connected with our students 24/7. But are we really so much into the students now? Are the students still learning? Because we are expecting our school students to be like college students, to monitor themselves, to hold on their desires, to continue with the teaching instead of looking at something which is more interesting for them. So although innovation in education has come, although there are so many different things which have been happening because of the coming of the COVID, but still there are certain restraints that we as a teachers have found. We have found that child labor and child marriages have increased because the parents who have contracted COVID and the orphan children who have unable to access learning, they have really become victims of this child marriage and child labor. And because the pandemic has made it all digital and the students were given every notes online, so they were more into reading habits. So they lost the habit of writing. So now the online exams which were given were also objective type questions where they used to only tick. But now being forced into this, when this offline teachings are being going on, so then they are facing with a new kind of issues. The issues that they are facing is that they are unable to write. They are not interested in writing. As a teacher, as a coordinator, when I go to the classrooms, I find that students not willing to write. They're saying that my hands are paining. So we need to come aboard of this, and we need to find solutions. We need to practice our students more to write, which they have lost in past 3 years. Then students have also forgotten their ability to sit still in a classroom. So previously there was 40 minutes classes, 45 minutes classes, which used to happen through Zoom, through Google Meet, through WebEx, Cisco. So there were different platforms which were used for online classrooms. So now making them sit for 6 hours on a stretch is becoming a big challenge for the teachers in the classrooms now. And then students have lost the zeal to learn, because in between the classrooms, they were switching to something interesting, watching cartoons, maybe playing games. So now they are forced to sit in the classroom, sitting still, forced to write, copy from the classroom, listen to the teacher, which may not be always very interesting to them. So that's why they have lost their zeal. Okay. And pandemic has definitely increased the addiction to the mobile use. So the use of mobiles, the digital devices that has addicted our students, that is really very pathetic, that now students don't want to eat, they don't want to sit, they don't want to do anything without the devices. They want the devices. Even in the classrooms, as low classes as class 6, students have been caught with carrying mobiles in the classroom. So this is something that we are finding as a negative impact. Then we also see the depravity of morals, which I can find common among our students these days. They don't mind using any kind of abusive words that they have learned from different channels. I will not say only online. It may be impact of the neighborhoods. So this has all also have caused big concern for our teachers. And the last but not the least, we are bothered about not being students not following the masks, not observing social distancing. Because in a class or in a bus, when they are sitting together and there is a limited space, we cannot ask them to sit on one bench, because that is not possible in a class of 40 or 50. We cannot make them stay away from each other. So all those sanitizers have become a fashion. They are being used, and students, without washing their hands, they're using sanitizers on their hands. They are eating their food. So this is something that I really find very negative, and we want it to be taken away. We want that to be revised back to what it was previously. But again, when we look at the positive effects also, there were also many positive effects. The era of technology and innovation, which has ushered in our education system due to our, thanks to our COVID-19. So this is not a negative thing. So for the first time, vocational education is also given importance, and vocational education is easier when it is done online. So many of the skills which is learned online and then practiced will be easier than just a lecture method, which is done in a classroom type of thing. And then student evaluation of learning is now competence-based. Previously, it was rote learning. So this really has helped. So online exams, it has helped both our teachers and students to make it faster. Checking of the copies have become very easier for the teachers, although it has negative impacts also, as I have said. And the critical knowledge and learning is now paced according to the student's needs. So if the student needs to take more time to learn that particular thing, he can do that. Previously, the teacher used to write on the blackboard or a whiteboard and then wipe it out after a few minutes, waiting for the students to copy it down after a few minutes. But now they have the facility to take screenshots, and they can write it at a later time. So it has really helped the students to maintain their pace, but we still need to teach them the way to do it faster, because now the exams won't be online. The future exams will be offline exams. And then the online mode of learning is easily accessible to most of the students. So whether they are staying in rural areas or in remote areas, then also without having to travel or without waiting for the transportation system, can really come across to the teacher. They can reach the teacher. And now the teacher has also become accessible. We have to be flexible. We have to be available 24/7. Although this is a kind of negative also for the privacy of the teacher or the privacy of the students, where the teacher can push them to do any work at the middle of the night. So combining face-to-face lectures, technology, and this negative and positive effects. So this has actually caused about a new kind of education system in our country. So I would say that the reaction would be mixed one. I will not say that it has been very encouraging or very good, which has happened to our society because of COVID, or it is completely negative. Instead of going towards the extreme ends, we can blend this learning process in one common way, where we can blend both kind of learning system, and we can make it a better education system for our society and for our students. So that's all from my end. Thank you so much. If there is any questions or query, you can put across to me. Yes, Manasa. Ravindra sir, Manasa has some question, I think, has raised the hand. If he can be allowed, or she can be allowed to unmute.
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, Manasa. Okay, let me do it from my side. You have been unmuted.
Yeah, yes, sir. Just come. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. During the COVID pattern, I have seen this education has been become very low in students and all, like comparing to the classes sessions and all. And
that's what I said. I included both the negative and the positive things that COVID has done to our students. So on the one side, we have been accessible to our students, and students have become accessible to us. But on the other end, the students have not been able to grab up with the pace of learning that they used to do before. Now they have slowed down. You are right, Manasa.
yes. So what do you suggest for the students to pick up the as it is like in 2000 and previous years improvement?
Practice. We have to practice our students more and more. The more they will practice, the better they will be able to come back to their own self. Because for 2 years, they have not written anything, ma'am.
Yes.
For 2 years, it is not 1 year, or it is not 1 month. For 2 years, so that had a longer impact. So now we have to force them to write so that they can come back to their track.
Yeah. But ma'am, what about the concentration part? How you will deviate them from rest of the things to the only focusing on the studies?
Well, education does not mean only studies, ma'am. Education is an all-round development. Yeah. And studies is a major part of it, of course. So studies for me and for my school, we emphasize on learning. Learning is not just what is textbook says, but learning new things. So our students have learned many things because of the COVID also. So it's a ongoing process, right? Yeah. So academically, yes, academically, we will still go for stressing on learning the data, or writing, completing the notes. Certainly, we will do that because our exam pattern is still writing the paper, not oral presentations.
Yes.
So certainly, we will go with it. And certainly, we will again have to practice them. We have to force them to write, to learn.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, ma'am. Actually, you told na that writing is come down. People are using, because that I saw in my own niece and nephew, because my niece and nephew are very small. My niece nephew is just UKG and my niece is fourth standard. They are writing very slow because they are used to the typing. No, they're typing very well, but this writing now full. They are writing pages to pages handwriting. No, they're finding it very slow. So because that's why they are telling to give more attention for, especially below fourth standard, they are finding it very tough because they
Yeah.
used to new system now. Fifth standard children have gone to 2 years at least school, the no offline class. These people have not gone now. So I found that in my own niece and nephew. Very big, very good point you brought out, ma'am, because I saw it practically. All the best,
Yeah.
ma'am, for next session. God bless you. Take care.
Yes, they have been affected, truly. Jerry also has some question, I think. If Jerry can unmute.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You have brought a very important education, not only in your own country, but regionally, internationally, and globally. We are very, very proud of you, madam, for bringing such a good education to the whole world.
Thank you, ma'am.
Even though some of the countries, they have not joined this conversation, or they have not joined, they are missing a lot. Then my question to you is that what is going to happen to the poor connectivity during learning? What is supposed, or what do you recommend? And then the second one is, who is going to provide the learners with the computers? And the third one is that, is it only going to be for the primaries, the juniors, and the seniors? What about the preschools? Thank you.
I actually did not get your question. You are asking what about the primary, the junior, the pre-primary, and the seniors. Bridge course, you said? Did you talk about bridge course or?
No, not the big course, only from the primary schools, the junior schools, and the senior schools. And then I said, what about the preschools when it comes to e-learning?
E-learning is actually good for senior schools and for primary also to understand some concept. But pre-primary, I will suggest offline school will be better for them, because offline school will give them more things. Offline school will learn them, they will learn the social interaction that they are lacking now. They need more of social interaction than learning ABCD or learning anything else.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay.
So Thank you, Dr. Begum, for the presentation, and congratulations. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. Yeah, this, as you have rightly pointed out, there are a lot of challenges faced, especially, when the children are there in their comfort zone, and bringing them back. Nowadays, you see a lot of, more than children, parents are more stressed now, because a lot of complaints now, especially from the teachers and from the schools, that, children are not getting used to this environment. They are not back on their environment as they were earlier. And they want parents' involvement also into that. But, parents are also now started, they also stopped this work from home, and they are also getting back to offices. And for them also, it's a big challenge now. They are also moving out of comfort zones, and they have to manage so many things. And, this industry also face a lot of issues, especially with the work from home. Parents also were doing double jobs, triple jobs. And recently also this industry also came up with a lot of, they issued a lot of, software employees show cause notices also by violating these rules and regulations. Everyone has a different set of challenges, issues they are facing, going through. Like it's like at once everything got opened, and everyone is struggling to keep them to the pace. So definitely, this is a point. This is a time where we all need to collaborate and cooperate with each other and see what best we can do. Because as an adults, if we are not able to cope up, what these young minds, these blossoming minds can take it over. So
Certainly, the most challenging thing which is coming up to with the teacher is to maintain the punctuality of the school, because students are not able to wake up on time. They are not able to take their breakfast on time, because the mother herself, who was a housewife, she was used to getting up late, because the online classes never used to start before 8 in any school. I don't think across India. So any school, if they will even wake up at 8 a.m., they will be able to attend the classes without binding of their brushing the teeth or taking bath. But now they have to brush the teeth, take the bath, have breakfast, then come to school. It's really becoming a big challenge for both the parents, also for students also.
yeah, so hope it will take some time, because it's very easy to break out from routine, but getting back to routine is a very difficult task. So
but now they're back. But now that slowly the schools are opening and the situation is becoming the new normal, they will come back to the track very soon.
yeah, because at the end of the days, again rat race has begun after COVID, and everyone is trying to keep up this race going on, and everyone wants to win the race, or at least to be with among the runners and winners. So everyone has to be in the pace. So as you said, people are getting used. I mean, it is taking time, but it is normal actually. That was normal, and it is again becoming a norm. So everyone, we all have to keep up with the norm. That 2 years or whatever we got, it was a break, bit relief from the routine. But now we are getting into the routine. So we have to, there is no other option also. So yeah, as you rightly pointed out, there are challenges, and slowly people are getting now, children are also getting used to this routines also. They are getting adapted, and they also, this acceptance will take time, for everyone. There is no other option, we will do definitely. Now children are also understand, they are also somewhere in the assumption that again we'll get a lockdown and again we will stay back at home. Why we need to again prepare to all these things? Why need to break it?
Yes, sir.
The COVID cases also still continuing, irrespective of the magnitude. The cases are still on. We can see many people are being affected, but the magnitude is very less comparatively, thanks to vaccination and efforts being taken up by the various governments, and including especially the public. Everyone is aware and cautious and taking precautions. We could really reduce the magnitude of the pandemic, impact of pandemic. So, but children, they have their own assumptions, and they still feel now also. Some children, when we interact, they say, when is going to be next lockdown? They keep asking us. So, I mean, they are still assuming that, because they always have their fantasy world with them. So they still want to go back and enjoy.
Yes, they want to remain away from school as far as possible.
So maybe it will take some more time, and we have to reassure them that is not the world we live in. That was an time where we all faced a crisis, and that is not reality. I mean, reality for a short time, but we should never expect that to happen again. And we should give that kind of realistic understanding. And with that, yes, I mean, these are like a short breaks off from routines, and we need to still move on with this. And now children are also used, because earlier it was like, even if you do homework, even if you don't do homework, even if you don't attend, even write exam, don't write exam, you are passed out.
Yes.
But now, you are coming, you are interacting with your fellow friends, you are interacting with your teachers, staff. Now, everything is open kind of thing. Now there is no getaway. Unless and until you write homework, you are not allowed again next day.
Yes.
Or, there's things, students also getting into that. I mean, at this time, I think we need to be more compassionate towards them. Okay, I mean, we should be back of them, unfortunately, but at the same time, be a more compassionate, empathetic to them, and making them slowly understand that, yeah, this is a norm, and we really need to pace up with that. So
Yes,
with
sir.
that kind of,
But just by forcing everything, we also face the same thing with our children.
yeah,
It's not that only our students, my old children, they are also reluctant to write or to get up in the morning. On Sundays, they will not get up till 12, maybe. So this is the new normal that we have to adjust, and we have to come back to our elasticity is something that we have, resilience, something that I would always suggest.
yeah, this is very much required, bouncing back to normalcy, but I think this was a very good lesson, for everyone to see what if nature, has its own control mechanisms, and we need to go in line with nature, and we need to learn coexist with the nature. Along with, we need to keep check control on our various activities. This pandemic at the same time created a plastic pandemic also. Lot of disposable masks, or biomedical waste, lot of solid waste was created. That itself created a huge crisis in itself. So that was also a great loss, and we lost many professionals also in the process. And that has created a lot of impact on the children also. They lost their loved ones, they lost their grandmother, fathers, sisters, brothers. Some even lost their mothers, relatives, aunts, uncles. For us itself, it is very difficult to digest. And those young minds, not everyone opens up. Something inside, they have that they left us, and they do not reflect, or most of the time they do not convey, but within themselves they keep thinking about it. So that's why this mental health also, COVID has given a lot of scope on working with. So teachers and parents have additional responsibility now to see what is being unsaid, and we have to hear what is unheard, so that we can in a right way guide our young minds, young fellows for that matter. So there are a lot of things unsaid, unheard in their minds, young minds. So we need to be very careful. The unfortunately or fortunately, the I don't think because these suicide rates are also quite rising high, at an alarming rate, but not much is reported. I don't think so really that have come down, because maybe it is not being reported, but we have to be very cautious in that matter. Tomorrow, if figures comes out, and that can reveal a different picture altogether. So we have to be very cautious, and definitely we need to be alert and more empathetic, compassionate at the same time. Yeah, because they need follow-up, they need mentoring. We need to be constantly on guiding them wherever possible, mentoring them. That is the only way to get along with them, I think. So very well presented, and we wish you all the success. No?
Thank you so much.
So anyone else have? Oh, it's already 4:25. Okay. So we'll break for the day. I think one speaker, she had some medical emergency. So, okay, then we'll break for the day. Thank you, everyone. Kindly fill up the last feedback form, oral feedback form. And tomorrow, before I raise this poll, tomorrow we are celebrating Teachers' Day. So whoever would like to, it's not like a session, but around 5 to 5 to 10 minutes or so. If anyone would like to share your experiences as a teacher, or would like to share a very short presentation, not more than 5 to 10 minutes or 15 minutes max. So anyone is interested, let me know. I will be circulating the registration form, and along with it, a feedback form link will also be circulated tomorrow, because this we are also having holidays. This daily morning, evening puja is going on, and we have other academic these things are going on. So we are also very much preoccupied, but things are going on slowly. But we will assure that once from 16th September, we will accelerate the process, and we will complete all the pending work. So no need to worry if there is any delay in certificates or other things. So that's why we are also circulating for tomorrow's program. Along with the registration link, we will also give you the feedback link in the same message. But only thing is, you need to fill it up after the sessions. It will be closed, it will not be open. I mean, form link will be there. You can use same link after, once the last session, at the time of last session will open. So you need not worry about not having the feedback link. So in the message itself, you will have both registration link and feedback link. You can attend, and at the end of the sessions, you can just fill up the feedback form. So we'll be circulating it in just maybe we got time now. We are concluding early, so I will work on it anyway. And we'll be sharing in maybe in 1 hour's time. So you can register for it and attend, and I also encourage your friends, or you can invite your teachers also or professors also to our platform tomorrow. We can also, this is one way to honor them by providing an opportunity where we all can, share our memories. And let me know their details if you are inviting someone or your teachers or professors. We can also make them part of this, even as a speaker or as a panelist or, so we can have it. I'm raising the poll. Overall feedback form, kindly fill up the feedback form. Feedback form has been raised. Quickly fill up the feedback form. Yeah, for publishing, yeah, papers can be published in our thing, but we haven't yet started. Actually, we are planning to start an multidisciplinary journal. Actually, we had a thought of publishing individual event, because this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Yeah, everyone kindly fill up the feedback form. So the overall feedback form, it is mandatory for participation certificate, and even for presenters also can fill, because it will have feedback on other presenters also. So you can also fill. So what I was telling you about is publication. Yeah, initially we thought of publishing each proceedings as a different publication, but due to time constraints and other technical difficulties, we dropped off that idea. And we thought we will come up with entire Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav proceedings, no? Just as a one publication. So you keep attending, you keep presenting, and at the end of these celebrations, now we will bring up all in one series of volumes of publication, or we will see if or we will try to divide as per the sustainable development goals. On each goal we can divide, or we will see. I mean, if they are contributing to one or more goal, that again, that might be different, difficult to categorize. We will see. We will come out with the standard operating procedures, because still we have some time. At that time, every presenter will get an opportunity to present. That's why we are informing every speaker, even though we are not sharing or sharing with participants. That's up to you, up to the speaker. But you share with us, with the organizers, so that in case, just if we want to transcribe, or if we want to make out summary, it would be useful for us to, anyway, a short report is prepared, but still, if we want to elaborate, depending on the space requirements, it always helps us. And we will anyway contact you at that time. When we start processing for the publication, we'll send you an email, and also, so that at that time you can write up 2 pages. We thought 1 or 2 pages or half page. We'll see, depending on number of sessions and depending on the number of volumes, how it could be accommodated. And accordingly, we will divide the volumes. So entire, series will come in the form of publication. So that is what we planned as of now. So if any changes, I will let you know. And apart from that, if we are also in the process of bringing out monthly journal, in that I am not sure when it will be, but in that, if that is launched, then we will invite papers also, so that you can get it published. anyway, we can use the same journal also to publish the papers presented here. At the same time, we can also have one commemorative publication for the entire series. We will keep you updated about the updates in our WhatsApp group, Facebook group. And we are also planning to bring out a new Google group also. So that also we'll be doing by September 16th or so, where you can join that group, no? And you can get all the updates, you can interact. So that is, and you know, posting groups, we can reach out to many people. Now so that is also very useful feature. Instead of mailing list, no? Sending hundreds of mails daily. If you send one mail to group, it will automatically send to everyone. So quickly fill up the feedback form. I see only 2 participants filled till now. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining us. And do join. I will be sharing the registration link along with the feedback link, joining link. Joining link is same anyway. Tomorrow from 5:55 p.m. As usual, we are starting from 6 p.m. Tomorrow from 5:55 p.m. I mean, we'll start prayer in 5 minutes and we'll proceedings, and 6 o'clock we'll exactly start the session. So 5:55 we are starting, and 5 minutes we'll complete the formalities, and from 6 o'clock we'll have sessions. So whoever is interested to present, you can contact me. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. We are closing the session in another couple of minutes.